So we are recording on the computer now, and we will go live on YouTube as well.
Can you guys hear me by chance?
We can hear you. Everyone
Good to
sounds
see y'all.
good.
Cheers.
Hey, what's up, Cliff? Peer pressure in the
Mark.
room.
You hear me
Dan and
too?
Bobby.
Going on, Cliff?
Covert.
What up?
Hey,
We're
how's
just
it going?
live. We're just going live. Let's hope that it allows us to. Oh God, don't do this. Oh yeah. The live stream's not moving. The last time it did this to me, I was unable to go live on YouTube. Now, I don't know if it's because I have a shit ton of people in the room before I'm going live. Worst case scenario, this will be a recorded show that we upload later. Oh no, here it's moving. It's moving. It's moving. Oh, that's lovely, Pedro. That's Steve Sizelove.
It says live on our side.
Yeah, now it's going. Beautiful, wonderful. Okay, hey everybody, welcome everybody to Hash Church 3.0. This is the all rosin episode, and we've got a great show for you in store today. I don't exactly know what we have in store because we haven't had the discussion, but we have some incredible people in the room that I just want to thank, first of all, for sharing your time with us and coming in and doing this with us, because it's needed. A lot of people need this information. We've come a long way since 5 years ago, since we started making rosin. I did invite a bunch of people from Instagram. So a lot of the people you see in here were invited based on people. I made a post it's been months ago now. I made a post and I asked, who are your favorite rosin makers? Who are your favorite bubble hash makers? A lot of the people in this group right now are in the favorite rosin makers. You guys have been making waves. You guys have been posting incredible, inspirational photos, the stuff that gets people's attentions. Usually that's the people who are the most conscious in regards to the growing of it and creating the resin. Usually it's the trichome farmers. You know, if you're growing cannabis for vegetative weights and how much can I get and how fast can I get it, you're probably not in this room right now. And that's okay. We're not talking down on that at all, but this is a different game over here when you're chasing the highest quality, the 6-star bubbles and the rosins that are, made from such products. So I want to thank all of you for coming in. And I think what we're going to do for starters is we're going to kind of go through a short little introduction on who everyone is. We have invited in 3 companies as well. So we have Access Rosin, who is here. Spencer. I've invited Pure Pressure, who is there, Cliff. And then I also invited Sasquatch, and I'm not sure they're not in yet. But I wanted everyone to know those were the 3 companies I chose to represent. I think companies always do best when they represent humbly, and I know these 3 companies will. They're not here to shove their products down your throat, but they're here to talk about their products, and they're here to talk about the innovations and whatnot that they've brought to this industry so far. So we'll end it with the companies, and we'll start with Pedro. I'm going to start with Pedro giving us a quick little lowdown on who you are and how you got to rosin. We'll move through the whole group, and then we'll open it up into dialogue. So go ahead, Pedro.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Good to see everybody. Happy Easter to those who celebrate and recognize. If you don't, happy Sunday to you. My name's Pedro. Been around the scene for, 4 or 5 years now. Started kind of just growing in the LED scene. Really didn't start in the rosin and concentrate scene. I was... my wife has fibromyalgia, which is basically just chronic pain. If I literally poke her, sometimes she'll just start crying because it's so extreme pain. So flour just wasn't cutting it. We were going through just a lot of flour, and then the lung issues that follow with that. Kind of made us move over into looking into concentrates and whatnot. Of course, BHO was big then, so we tried some BHO, and it just wasn't my deal. I don't know. I just didn't enjoy it, so I found myself going back to flour. Got myself a hair straightener. Got myself a 600-pound clamp from Home Depot. Pressed some flour the first time, and when I got the flour rosin, it was immediately, I want better, and I want more. And it just kind of snowballed from there. trying to get, better flour because I'm generally single source. I do wash for some friends here and there, but so it became a total trek to grow the best flour and not just flour, but I consider myself a resin grower. I harvest and I grow resin glands anymore. And when you switch your mindset to that as a hash maker, things become a little easier because you're focused on, for the most part, that glandular trichome head, and everything follows suit from there. So it was a game to try to find the best flour, the best trichome head, the juiciest trichome head, because let's be honest, not all are made the same. And from there, I just started. The freeze dryer honestly changed the game with me on Instagram. When I purchased a freeze dryer and started pressing the gold that I've been pressing for the last couple of years, so it really kind of woke everybody up to the possibilities. And then I started doing some online courses for teaching hash and rosin. And let me preface by saying I don't consider myself a hash maker per se. I wash hash to make rosin. There are hash makers that wash hash for full melt hash, and my hat's off to you guys. I'm not that guy. Some of you in the house may be both. You may be 6-star hash makers and rosin makers. And if I had two hats, I'd take them both off, because that's just more, in the game. So that's who I am. Myself, I smoke pretty much recreationally, although over the years I've gained some more pain and my anxiety and depression levels and whatnot. I think we've all kind of went through some things like that. So I use it as a medication, but it's not necessarily for a singular ailment for me. It's just a better life choice for me. And that to me is a medicinal use. So I'm Pedro. Hi, welcome. Let's do this.
Hey, thanks for sharing, Pedro. I really appreciate it. I've heard some of that story before, but I love it. I love that I love people that come at this. And don't get me wrong. I mean, I came from it from another perspective years ago where it was like, I just loved it. I fell in love with it. I was using cannabis. And then it was sort of like, I think I can use this to escape the slave wage that I'm currently caught in and create a reality that would maybe allow me to also be with this plant all the time, but also sort of escape that. So I came into it also with a sort of monetary touch in the background, but I always appreciate people who come in it from the health, from the trying to take care of, family members and trying to take care of themselves. And I love that you're doing education. I think you have a great voice for it. Got that soft, calming, like I could listen to you on a podcast for a long time.
I think I'm going to have to pursue this podcast thing because you're about the 12th person that said that in the last 2 weeks.
Well, you got the voice, dude. If you go on the radio and you listen to radio voices, like if you don't have the radio voice, like you don't get the radio job. Like that's step one.
I feel like
All
I
right,
definitely
so-
have the face for radio. That's for damn sure.
Well, there you go. There you go. That's the way to talk yourself up, Pedro. So I want to hear from Eric Simpson. He's next in the lineup here, and we're tell us a little bit about yourself, dude. You've caught my attention. I will tell you that. Oh, let me unmute you. There you go.
Yeah, that helps. Hey guys, I'm Eric Simpson Solventless. I've talked to a lot of you guys on Instagram. It's nice to put a face with a name. Just kind of got onto Instagram about 1.5 years ago. Before that, I was just always doing my own thing, hands-on experience. I don't like to read about it. I like to get my hands dirty, and that's pretty much how I learned. Growing since I was 17, the prices of weed went down so much to where it just wasn't paying my bills anymore. And I kind of jumped into it. Well, first, I was into the butane a little bit, everybody was into that a little bit. We were all hitting it on the hot nails, and I liked the idea, of having that extract, and all it would ever do was choke you out at that point because it was, unpurged BHO on a hot titanium nail. So
the roots.
Yeah, exactly. But anyways, once I actually saw the hair straightener, I think it was my brother-in-law that showed me that. I thought he was joking at first, so just throw a nug in there with a hair straightener and go at it. I think the next day I bought a t-shirt press. I didn't quite ever do the hair straightener. I wanted to get that, t-shirt press right away and go a little bigger. So I kind of got into it like that and just learned a lot of my tech on a t-shirt press, honestly. And then went straight to the Long's Peak, which is a huge difference. and just been pressing and, refining my skills. But getting on Instagram a year and a half ago was a big thing too, just to show my work and to learn from a lot of other people. I was inspired, Rackham's was doing it, soil grown solventless. There's a few people that caught my eye, and just being able to see their work as well and see all the people, doing the same thing was great.
I feel like you've taken it to the next level though, dude. I think your donuts are amazing. I'm really inspired by those. I love the way the shapes that you're doing, the molds that you're playing with. I think that's also, I think that's innovative. And I think, believe it or not, it might seem not much to you, but I think it's really quite something, and it's going to move rosin. When I first saw the laser that La Calada was doing, where they were lasering, I thought that was really cool, but I really, really like your methodologies of coming out with the donuts and with these different sort of, texture is everything at this point in time.
Yeah.
It's everything, because we're extracting, but you took it to the next level.
Well, there's so many people out there making, fire hash, fire rosin, that it was nice to set myself apart a little bit. And, I'm all about quality first. I'm not trying to dress up a turd, it's all about the quality first. And then you could take that little, cooler approach with a presentation.
No, that's obvious. It's obvious that your stuff is quality, but it's also obvious that your stuff doesn't look like anyone else's stuff, because you've managed to figure out to do something just different enough that to me really caught my eye. And I give you 2 thumbs up to it. I hope we can talk about it a little bit more later on when we're done going through the introduction of this channel.
Let's be real though. Those are terp savers, not donuts.
Terp savers. There you go. Yeah, sorry.
Real quick, I have to say that I'm just a little disappointed that I haven't seen a shot on Instagram yet, like an up close melt shot where somebody drops an entire donut. Where the hell is that shot, people?
It's coming. It'll go into the core reactor, I suspect.
That person's in the hospital.
That's got to be expensive.
If I wasn't such a perfectionist, I'd do one right here, but.
There you go. Awesome, guys. Well, listen, that was great. Thank you. Let's head over to Roxy Gray. They're kind of next in my line. They're smiley faces. How are you guys doing today?
How are you?
Doing awesome. How about you?
Very good. Very good. Give us a little lowdown on how you got into this again, and where you came from in all of this.
Yeah. So we've been, consuming for a while, but about 7 years ago, we got real interested in the organic food and growing organically and being genetically modified free, and real concerned about that, and then transitioned over into our cannabis use. And then we found out it was real hard to come by or find people that were concerned about those things about 7 years ago. So we kept looking, trying to figure things out. So we moved to Maine 3 years ago and had the same problem, couldn't find organic soil grown solventless material like we wanted. So we started doing it ourselves. We took up growing, and we now run just 100% soil pots. It's all organically cultivated and amended by hand. We brew our own tea and feed them that. And then we also do all our own extractions, washing, and pressing.
Nice.
We use a Long's Peak press. We've had stuff off, hair straighteners and everything else in between. But for us, when we got into it, we just wanted to get what we wanted. It was between a Sasquatch and a Long's Peak, but the control of the Long's Peak is what won us over. And we've loved it ever since. We've been running it for about 3 years now. So.
And who are some of the names that sort of caught your eye, that really sort of got you?
We got you on the list.
Was you.
And then soil grown solventless for sure. Those guys were definitely killing it, I think, first off. And then, Sasquatch was sharing a bunch of stuff from all kinds of random dudes out in Cali. Solventless Mine was always dropping great stuff. And, kind of went from there. And then I think a bunch of the people in the room kind of all came about around similar times and kind of found everybody. And I think a bunch of us kind of been following and chatting on, different levels for the last few years now. So
it's awesome. It's amazing. It's really, it's Instagram that's really been able to bring so many people together. It's been very unique in that sense, that this picture, this simple app for sharing pictures turned into this incredible community of people on all sides of cannabis, from the growers to the organic growers to the solvent extractors to the solventless extractors. It's been pretty incredible to see it watch since just 10 years now. We've only had Instagram for 10 years, but it's really helped share this information and inspire a lot of people. So Thank you guys very much. I guess we're going to move on to the second Simpson in the house. Yes, I can unmute you too if you're having a problem with it. There you
I had to
go.
plug in my headphones there again. Sorry
What
about
you
that.
doing, brother?
Good. How are you guys doing? Good to see y'all. I was trying to scroll back on my Instagram to find the first photo that I posted of me making rosin, but
Oh, nice.
it's gonna take too long, so I'm not gonna do that. It was 2015, and it was flour rosin, and I was like, holy shit, you can make oil within 30 seconds with a nug. And Soil Grown Solventless taught me on Instagram, and I saw him press a t-shirt press with a bunch of buds on it with between parchment, and I was like, oh my god, what the hell did this just disrupted everybody's business and changed the game. And so I was like, all right, so I rolled a nug up and I did that, and I was like, wow, okay, this, like, the hash rosin would be even better, right? You can just roll a ball of hash in a 25 micron sieve and just go like that and see rosin just a little bit come out the other side, you know? So it's like, clearly hash rosin is better in my opinion, but to each his own. So yeah, we figured that out way back in the day. That was like 2014-ish. We were probably all figuring that out at the same time.
Yep, I think that was very much the year that it all sort of blew up.
Right on, yeah, man. And so everybody knows, my name's Adam. I live in Humboldt County. Who's been here about 10 years. Yeah, I don't have a big story or anything, but I used to wash a bunch of trim back in the day, about 2012, 2013. And then I met BioVortex, was lucky enough to work with his material and in her nature on Instagram, and just kind of rocked my world, just totally flipped it upside down and showed me that you can grow cannabis without spraying pesticides and fungicides, and pay attention to a healthy soil food web. And if you have the space and time, you know, it's really efficient. And so yeah, I like to make hash and rosin with really clean cannabis.
Awesome. That's what's up. Yeah. And we appreciate having you here. I have a whole variety of people here today. And, you know, some people are like, oh, wow, like, you know, how do you get on? It's like, well, some people have been making it for a very long time. Some people are fairly new at it. I love inviting a variety of both. I love having people that are the so-called experts and have been doing this since day one and whatnot. But I also love people who are freshly into it and who are fairly new into it, but are the innovation possibility for someone who's new versus someone who's been doing it forever, to me, is much higher. The possibility of someone who's coming in new, who's coming in fresh, they've got a different way of looking at it than guys that like us who have been doing it for so long. Sometimes we get a little bit of the blinders on when we've been doing this for a real long time. And that's why you always have to put a hand out to the next generation coming up. The same way that the giants of the shoulders, myself and others, were able to stand on, they reached down their hand to us. We got to keep doing that for everyone as well. And I implore people to not be afraid to make mistakes when you're doing this, because that's where the innovation comes from. It's not going to come from doing the same old thing that you do all the time. That's a recipe that's dialed in over the course of 10 or 15 years. It's when you make a mistake. It's when you step out of your comfort zone that some of these innovations are going to happen. And if you listen to Soil Grown himself, which maybe now is a good time for me to put that video on if I can find it.
Wait, do you have headphones somewhere?
What's that? Did you say something, Bo? Sorry?
Because it's going to revert back to them.
What's going to revert back? I don't know if he's talking to me or I'll just leave him for now. Yeah, I think he's talking to someone else. So yeah, let's keep going with the introductions. I know a lot of more people are going to talk about Soil Grown, and I have a really great clip of Soil Grown, but I want to listen to it once we're done and said here. So my good buddy is up next, Flav421. Buddy, how you doing, man? You're here on the Rosin episode. What do you think of that?
Pretty good. Nice to be in the house with everybody.
Hell yeah, dude.
Sunday. Happy Passover to all the tribesmen and sisters in the house.
So dude, introduce yourself. Tell us about who Flav421 is and how he got turned on to all this goodness. Tell us your journey.
Well, I mean, it helps being friends with Bubble Man, for sure. I've been making hash for about 20 years. I've been making rosin since it started to come on the game. I grow my own cannabis. Where everybody sort of started seeing me on the Instagram world was in the Boro scene. I've been collecting Boro for 20 years as well, 20 plus years as well. Yeah, I don't know, not much to say. Me and my wife, we cultivate our own cannabis and we wash our own hash and we press it and we share it with our friends. And I don't have a very good picture.
I like your journey. Oh, you have a very good picture. Go on his Instagram. There's plenty of them. I like the journey. Like, I like how, you started, originally you were kind of making some BHO too. You were busting out a little bit.
No, I made a lot of BHO in my lifetime. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not anymore. My machine just sits collecting dust.
What I've noticed from Flav is that when he was making BHO, his herb wasn't that good. I'll be honest. When he ditched making BHO and started going down the full, like, I'm going to try and make like full melt hash and like great rosin, his herb just started getting better and better and better. And I mean, I already showed you guys, his whipped 6-star bubble hash right here that basically looks like rosin. It's some of the most beautiful bubble hash I've ever had. So props to you, dude. You're one of the people that has been willing to learn. Sometimes people get into this, especially you. I thought, even though you're a super humble guy, you've already had a position in the community with your Boro collection that was way, way up. And I saw you willing to go back down and take each step that you needed to take in your growing, in your learning. And even now, I mean, with the organic crop on the way, like, that's another step that you're taking, looking to get past salt newts, looking to get into organic and regenerative and living. And I've been really impressed with your patience in the journey, even though so many people that are at so many different levels. You just took your steps. You never tried to jump above and beyond what you were able to do, and you just took your steps, and dude, you like made it to the 6-star level is all.
Those are very kind words. I thank you.
Yeah, dude. Well, it's a fact, bro. It's easier to say them now that you've come out the other end. It would have been harsh to throw you under the bus and been like, Flav just doesn't grow that good a weed. And, like if I said that 3 or 4 years ago, but the bottom line is you're growing great herb, you're making great concentrates, and I'm happy to have you here, brother.
Thank you.
That kind of reminds me of, I think Pedro said how he's growing mostly for rosin. And I have to respectfully disagree with him. I think he's growing for resin because that rosin is going to be even better if you're growing, you know what I mean? So like, I think that Pedro, every time he does it and he smokes his rosin, he's actually stepping up his resin game, really, because your rosin's only better if your resin's is good. It's only as good as the resin.
Yeah,
exactly.
I misspoke there, but I definitely meant to say that I was growing resin for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree 100% with you.
I heard
100%.
you say that.
Correct.
Yep.
All right, we're going to hear from a longtime hash churcher, Colin from Vessel Life Science, is going to give us a quick little lowdown on him, and then we're going to whip through the last 8 to 9 people and get a full dialogue going, because I want to hear from all of you.
Thanks for having me, brother. Everyone can hear me all right?
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. So my story is, it's a long one, but I'll try to keep it cliff note. I started making hash in '99. I met Marcus on Overgrow, and I started posting pictures of hash and really going after making refined hash with the bag system, and that led me to 2 decades of going really deep on genetic collection and acquisition and growing thousands and thousands of varieties to try to find the perfect return and the perfect heads to be working with. And I been making rosin. That led to rosin, and that led to where I'm at now, working in Massachusetts with Happy Valley and running the solventless lab for them and designing the lab out and really building the team for us, and just trying to keep it as humble and as precise as possible while we build out everything that we're doing here in Mass. But the one thing that I've really been inspired by over the years is, the different varieties and the different flavors that we can get from hash, and understanding what carriers, in flavonoids pass through the water and into your hash, and just selecting through varieties that really work. So that's been a passion of mine, and it's been a long journey. It really has, but I'm very thankful to be where I'm at right now. It's been a long time. So
I would only add that the photo that you all shared on Instagram for this episode was seeds collected, bred, grown, processed, and photographed by Colin. He's a man of many hats. It's a beautiful picture of rosin. There's no doubt about it. Thanks, dude. We'll move on.
Appreciate
it. Great Lakes Sustainable. Dude, you're next. Andy's in the house. I can unmute you.
Sweet. Hey, I'm Andy, Great Lakes Grease on Instagram. And I started making rosin when Soil Grown first posted his tech. We pretty much, Heavy Ice RX and I pretty much started squishing flowers right away with the hair straightener, no clamp. And then we figured out the clamp tech pretty quickly. And then not short after, we started squishing some of our hash. I remember the first time trying flower rosin, and one thing that I remember for sure is how different the effects were from full melt. Because I had been making full melt, really good full melt already for a few years, and I remember trying that first dab of flower rosin, and it just had a different effect on me. It was just different. It reminded me of almost like the first time smoking cannabis, almost. I do like hash rosin much more than flower rosin. One of the things I really like about flower rosin is like the easiness of it, as people have already mentioned, how simple it is to just take a nug and squish it. And a lot of times you can get, with really good flower, you can get really high yields with flower rosin. And that's what I really like about it for using for capsules. So you can get reliable yields, and it's really good, in my opinion, for making capsules. And that's like my best use for it. Hash rosin, I mainly focus on making full melt. But rosin is definitely like an important part of the process for me, because before hash rosin, really, as hash makers know, and some people don't know, that some of the hash that you pull out of your bags is not going to be melty. Some of the strains you wash is not going to be melty as others. Different factors, and so it really plays an important role when we have less melty hash and stuff. And we can, for me at least, I can get a much better use out of that hash when I rosin it, and so I can have my full melt and rosined the rosined hash that may not have been as melty or as pure. So that's really where I'm at. I love how revolutionary of a tech it was. I love how quickly it took off. How fun is it to watch this progress? And that's really what I like about it. Simplicity, revolutionary, and it just has a very important part, plays a very important part in my hash making.
I was happy how it sort of, and I know I'll take flack from this because I'll probably say it the wrong way, but how it just really, it took a bite out of the BHO scene. And I'm not talking about the pros who are doing it right, who have degrees in chemistry and understand what's going on. I'm talking about high school kids. I'm talking about young people who are blowing up, who are having all sorts of problems, who blew their roofs off and set their houses on fire. Blew their hands off, a lot of bad shit. Before BHO accidents, I can honestly say the worst thing about cannabis was the DEA. They were by far the worst thing about cannabis. But then BHO came into the picture, and I was like, damn, this shit is killing people. And I know it was like not an over, like 50 people a day, but it was people were definitely being affected in a negative way. And because I was the water hash guy, a lot of them would reach out to me after they blew up, after they got burnt. And I ended up making friends with quite a few people who blew themselves up making DHO because they didn't understand the heaviness of the gas. They didn't understand that there are cell phones and other electronics spark invisibly, that you can't perceive that spark. And I just thought that rosin was the most incredible replacement. And not only that, it was just as cheap, like, a couple of cans of butane. Okay, well, a $10 hair straightener from Walmart, like one of the mini ones, like what Nicotine was originally using that Soil Grown saw him use, was one of those small, tiny little hair straighteners. So it was a pretty incredible thing to be able to put into the hands of the younger generation, to be like, here's a way for you to test. You know what, if they say that's 23% THC, squish a gram. You should get more than 0.23 back. It's simple math. That was a nice power to put into people's hands, to be able to check the quality, to be able to see if something that wasn't supposed to be in that plant, like something sprayed, maybe a sulfur for powdery mildew or something else. Well, when you concentrate that into a dab, you'll know immediately. It was an incredible methodology that appeared for dispensaries and compassion clubs to be able to test flower that was coming in right away with someone who had a sensitive bioassay ability and a hair straightener and a rig right then and there. So I like that point, and I want to talk about it a little more. But now I got to move on to the next. Wow, it totally shifted, and now it's all in a different order. So you know what? We'll go to heavy ice because I know you guys are close, and he's got a cat, and nobody else does. So he wins. How's it going, buddy?
Cat. Going good. How you doing? Well, as Andy said, and as everybody else said, 2014 was the year. I had my first outdoor crop in the freezer, because I didn't have any hashing experience then either, and it didn't hash as fresh frozen. So I had a whole freezer full of Blue Dream, and from my first outdoor crop, and couldn't do anything with it, and saw Soil Grown do the pressing, and like went on Amazon that night and ordered those like mesh drying racks, and took all the fresh frozen out of the bags that had been in there for months already, put it on the drying screens, and let it all dry out, and trimmed it up a little bit. And we made a couple ounces, I think, of Blue Dream flower rosin back then. And yeah, that sold it for me. We had a couple little chunks of hash, either from the Blue Dream or from some of the other plants that I grew. And it was amazing just to wrap up those little tiny balls in some 25 micron mesh and get the hair straightener out and squeeze it out. And you had like oil. You had straight up oil that was as good or better than the BHO I'd been spending all my disability money on at the dispensary. So yeah, we just went from there. And my focus has still always been to make good hash. But as Andy said, if you grow a whole pack of seeds and you have 6 different females or 8 different females, and you don't have a pheno hunt time, you're still going to wash all those plants, but they might not all be melty. And hash rosin just made it so that you could really make use of all that hash still. Even if it was subpar taste for dabbing, you could put the oil right in some coconut oil for capsules, and it was just, everything just kind of made sense. Like it was all part of a process that already existed in the universe, and we were just going, oh yeah, yeah, we should do it like that.
You became aware. That's what I noticed.
Yeah,
it's awareness. Right. It's an awareness.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's pretty much it. The Blue Dream back then, somehow I think maybe John Berfello had been looking at my pictures on Facebook or Instagram, and had the cannabis culture people use one of my photos for one of their articles. And that was one of the first bumps in my Instagram career as well, as when that got posted, they had my name in there. And so I got, a few thousand new followers, and that just made everything more interesting, to keep posting information and cool pictures, because it got more people on board, and, it got more people interested in solventless and organic growing and all the things I was trying to do and focus on. So it all just kind of spiraled from there.
Well, you become aware, you put a megaphone on that awareness through your growing, your selections, your processing, the pictures of the resin, that becomes exposed to this group of people. And then the Johnny Bees, they pick them out, and it ends up, it's quite a neat thing to see how the community grows. It's like wildfire. And flower rosin, I think I prefer full micron rosin. That's what flower rosin is. It's all the microns.
Well, and it's also maybe some trichome types that you don't get when you just hash it first.
Oh, I can promise you there are. They're called bulbous trichomes.
Yeah.
They do not separate or isolate easily, or sometimes at all, with mechanical screen separation. So it's why you get a different high in flower rosin, and it's why you get different yields when you make oil versus when you make hash. But
boy, you could earmark that topic for conversation in this show. The difference between separating your hash in screens and then pressing it, or dropping it all into the 45 bag like I do and pressing it.
Yeah. Whole micron. All right, so let's see. We went through. Oh, Chris, damn it, Bobby, it's your turn, brother.
Hey, how you doing?
Does anyone else
hear me?
like the guy from like King of the Hill say that when you read his name, or is it just me?
I hope so. That's kind of why I did it.
I totally get that.
Very nice.
Well, welcome, dude. Tell us how things are and what you're.
Yeah, thank you. I started in Texas, obviously where the name came from, squishing flower rosin, because I was sick of smoking all the BHO that was in the area, super expensive and just horrible, learned about squishing flower rosin through Soil Grown, and, just like everyone else, wanted more and wanted better. So after getting in and out of trouble in Texas a bunch, moved out to the Portland, Oregon area and started pursuing making hash. It took a little while, was in and out of just working at dispensaries, was a purchasing manager for a little while, and then landed with a company in, Battleground, Washington, and started making solventless hash with them after a little while. And that was all strictly for rosin. They weren't doing any, melt or anything like that. It was all production for rosin. So that's kind of where it all began. There was, working in the legal market and making rosin there. At the same time, we were doing a hoop house, me and a good buddy of mine. And we took that down and washed it ourselves. And from then on out, I switched and started working with Archive in Portland, Oregon. Burnside Garden Collective is the garden that I wash for in Portland, Oregon. And yeah, we right now we're making a lot of rosin there as well. We make a lot of full melt, everything's single sourced. Yeah.
You make flower rosin as well?
Oh, I did back in Texas when that was all I could get. It was buy your
as an option.
No, not anymore. We smoke pretty much just full melt. I smoke some rosin every now and then. It's really nice too. But I do prefer smoking resin.
Yeah.
But since I've been having to focus on making rosin so much over the last 3 years, that's been, it's kind of been refined big time. We do the cold cure process over there, and that's kind of how we sell all our rosin. We don't release any fresh press either. Although we do have some that we could release. It's just right now we kind of prefer to do the cold cure. It's received well,
Well, maybe we can talk about that if it's not proprietary later. If it is, no worries. I don't want anyone to be uncomfortable with anything, but it's great.
It's always nice to share techniques,
Well, you know what? I always think of it like this. The same way it's always nice to share cuts. And people are like, when people say like, well, you got to like vet them and see if they're, like, I'm like, you got to vet someone for a cut? Well, they might not be deserving. I'm like, not be deserving? Like, we look at things differently, because I look at it like, what if you gave some like, oh, just a piece of shit, like a really nice cut, but somehow someone that piece of shit knew really needed that cut, maybe even a small child with epilepsy or something. It's like, get past your own ego of sharing a cut or some techniques. It doesn't mean
for sure
everything. I get it. If someone spent like millions of dollars and paid PhDs and they've bred a cultivar over the course of 9 years, I definitely would not be trying to shame those people into sharing a cut. But geez, most of these cuts are just regurgitated and passed along and then controlled. People feel the power is in holding it. And I told Jason King this years ago when I asked him if he could turn me on to how to do macro photography. And he was like, yeah, I'll show you how to do macro photography as soon as you show me how to like manufacture and sell bubble bags worldwide. Like, he was upset that I asked him, like really upset. And I was like, all right, dude, like, you're going to be the guy that kept me from learning about macro photography. So then I went online to Overgrow, and there was this guy, Monkey, and another guy, Perhaps Your Giddy Aunt, from back in the late 90s, who were just so kind. They told me what lens to get, what flash to get, what settings I might want to put it on initially, and just helped me in a way that to this day, I've shared every single thing I know about macro photography, the equipment, the settings, everything that I could share, because I didn't want to be that guy when this story got told that was on the wrong side of history, that went fear and scarcity and decided, oh, I can't share this. In the end, Jason King is not known for macro photography. His macro photography petered right out after basically I asked him. He stopped doing it. And he could have been the guy that was getting like, oh, and then Jason King showed me the way. So I appreciate all of you for that very reason. You guys share a lot of information, and it's important. People need it. And the key to this is, all of you are mentioning soil grown today. I know, and I've invited him in, and I'm texting him while we're talking, hoping that he'll come in, because I know it would make him very happy to see what a wildfire he set ablaze. And there were people that he props before him, but he was really this key point that allowed everyone to start thinking about something that they otherwise didn't know. It wasn't in their minds. And now you've got innovators, you've got people doing different things, and it's pretty incredible. So props to all of you. And after Bobby, it's going to be Brian at Best Friend Farms. How you doing, brother?
Doing well. Thanks for having me on. Definitely excited to join in and just share and learn. It's been really great. The Instagram thing I started actively a little longer, a few years ago, but I actively got into it less than 2 years ago. And that's kind of how I met everyone here, more knowing who some characters were, of course. And yeah, so just, I guess with rosin, it was probably 4 plus 5, up to 5 years ago. 4, I'd say, where we were squishing with a flour with the hair iron as well. And then it was just a really quick step into the Sasquatch, actually. And my role, I guess, has been even the whole time, even now, more actively with the cultivation, but more from the seed breeding angle, where I'm picking out those, what we were talking about for hash plants for bubble making these days, and getting a list running. We're just now stepping into the rosin here, more for fresh frozen from hash rosin. I don't know, I could talk a lot about a bunch of the things on the way up here, but we're basically stepping into it now, locking into certain cultivars, and really I'm looking almost like intricately for the cultivars now. Gas mask is the recent one that I bred that we're just having amazing results, and kind of started working with that, trying to whip the bubble off. The gas mask is what started that, whipping the bubble for the bubble cream. And truthfully, I kind of like the bubble cream even more than the rosin even for my own personal use.
1 sec, I'm going to mute that mic. I just got to find it. There's a lot of people in there. Oh, there. So yeah, you started that whipping the bubble thing? You were one of the first people to do that?
I don't know if I'm one of the first. I just kind of started. This resin doesn't want to behave in like other resin on the gas mask. It's like, I would compare it to what I used to see for a super snow dog, was actually what threw down this fresh frozen bubble that was just white cream. And you honestly couldn't do much with it. It was like, leave it alone. Get it as small as you could, leave it alone. And the gas mask has been that way too, where we're taking different angles for sieving the fresh frozen. We're kind of leaving it a little bigger chunk for the 2-week air dry. I'm always doing a 2-week air dry
Nice.
And same as this bubble cream, actually, I think I might have pulled this one out at about 10 to 12 days on the dry. This one again here. This is almost a month on aging here after it got in there. And then I'll just show the rosin, or actually, this is the newest batch of bubble cream. And it's a little harder consistency, egg yolky kind of custard or fudge on that one. So I don't know, interesting how each batch of resin is different, and we're, you know, tweaking it a little bit. That was a 5-minute pull right there. The one I showed before, the older, is about a 20-minute wash, I'd say. Kind of fuller wash, which brought out some of these oils even to the later, you know, into a month cure. This is all room temp cure. And yeah, so we've been kind of gas mask heavy. Pulled some live rosin from the gas mask. This one's about 2 to 3 weeks on that. It's kind of reflective. I whipped it about 3 days ago after like 2 weeks room temp. So anyway, that's kind of what we're doing these days.
Some creme brulee. Thanks for sharing. Appreciate it. I wanted to smoke all of the my mouth was mildly
Love to share.
watering. Kenny, dude, thanks for coming in. Ken Wall's in the house. He's gonna tell us a little bit about what's going on.
What's up, man? Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
You're old school at this point.
I appreciate that. I did a podcast with the Hashishin about a month or two ago after I did a class, and he kind of brought up the same thing, and I was like, man, I don't really think so, but I appreciate it. It's been a long, like 7-8 years or so, and yeah, man, it's been a great ride. But as far as you know, how I got into rosin, you know, there was accidents and stuff, you know, like we would press out, like you brought up, Nick T would use like a hair straightener and, you know, put bubble between two pieces, you know, a piece of parchment or whatever, and flatten it and flag it out. And so we would do that sometimes, but forget the hair straightener was on too hot or whatever, and press it super hard, and it would kind of separate the oils out a little bit from the hash in the middle, and be like, wow, that's cool, but we kind of fucked up our slab a little bit, you know. But and then, you know, we saw it a few months later on Hash Church right here. I think me and Jibs were on. Yeah, me and Jibs were on watching, and you could barely see Soil Grown, and he was like, I think, standing on top of the t-shirt press to get as much pressure as he could, to get as much out as he could. So that was really cool. We had a light bulb go off right when we saw that. And as far as Jibs and I, we ran a hash company in Colorado, medical and recreational, called the Melts, Trichome Heavy Extracts, and he still operates that in Northern California. But anyways, we had all this 25U and 45U that was just sitting there, you know, when we had no idea what to do with it, and it wasn't selling. So we're like, oh my God, let's put this between a screen and press this. And it was just a eureka moment. And I really thank, you know, Soil Grown. I wish he was on, like you said, and I've wanted to always thank him personally for just like, man, that was such a huge, huge thing for not only my business, but for obviously this scene and this community. So that's kind of how I got started. And I deal mostly with hash rosin. I, like a lot of people here, and got inspired by Bubble Man and other people to make full melt hash, and that's kind of what I focus on. And anything that's not full melt or things like that, and even if it is full melt, I'll press it and to see what gold I can get out of it. The consumers and patients here, I feel in Colorado, are very picky and specific. So we try and put out every type of consistency. I own and run a company called Single Source Colorado with 2 partners, Tony and Logan. And we put out cold cure, you know, the sugar tech, the diamond tech with the oven, and fresh press as well, and full melt of different microns. So we try and be as giving to all types, you know, of consumers and patients. And yeah, that's kind of my story. And just thanks for having me again. Can't wait to get into some hash talk.
Oh yeah, thanks, Ken. Good to have you here for sure. Nice to hear some of that history. And yeah, I'm going to share a video of Soil Grown if he doesn't end up coming on. If, you know, he's got a lot of kids too, so it's a tough time in the morning on Easter especially. So
Agreed.
we'll forgive him. But yeah, so next up on the list is Bo Costello. I'm going to unmute you. You can actually, I can unmute you. You have to unmute you.
Sweet.
Introduce yourself, bro. How you doing?
What's up? I'm good, man. I'm stoked to be here, be able to talk a little bit about hash and rosin.
Oh yeah.
So it's been a part of my life for about 12 years now. I've just been trying to seek out some of the best flavors that I could get my hands onto. So breeding, selecting cultivars has been a huge part of my life, basically. But just, it started out, big production. We kind of had to find sorry, I got a little nervous, dude. This is kind of crazy to be able to talk to you, man.
Dude, you're talking to like 500 or 600 people.
That's crazy, dude. Sorry, man. Dude, this is special. This is truly special. Yeah. Anyways, rosin kind of came to me. I had a friend come over to the farm, and I knew instantly that it was going to be taking over the BHO, honestly. So I was able to, get back and, dude, I'm too nervous. I can't even talk right now.
Dude, you're doing fine, straight up, and don't be nervous about anything. It's just a bunch of heady dudes that love rosin. Take a rip, man. We'll all have a rip.
Bro, keep it going. I love your rosin out
I
here,
just
man. Keep
took four.
talking.
I appreciate that, brother.
Dude, I was just gagging before I talked, dude, so don't worry about it, bro.
I haven't seen you in a while, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. I skipped over like a ton of shit, so keep going, brother. You're doing a great job.
I appreciate all you guys do.
It's only Mark that's not nervous because he does this all the time.
That's no doubt, man. I appreciate it. No, man, I've just been growing pot for a long time. I love it. First dab I took wasn't until, 10 years ago, and I just fell in love with it. So, man, this is too much, man.
I always picture the scene from Half Baked when I hear someone say, I just fell in love with it, when they were like 14 and they smoked their first joint, and then he goes into the store and he's like, Abba Zabba, you my only friend. That's how it felt like you were just talking about dabs.
No
right?
doubt, dude. I bought seeds basically 4 days after my first hit of weed. I started, watching any YouTube videos I could find. Yours were some of the first ones. Brown Dirt Warrior.
Brown Dirt Warrior. He's the real
dude. No joke, dude. He got me out there in the woods doing some crazy shit for sure.
I didn't see that guy for 15 years, and I just bumped into him probably 6 months ago for the first time. I saw him face to face, and we got to share a dab and hang out for a little bit. He is a really
That's crazy.
So cool that you would mention him.
No doubt. Yeah. So, no, just growing's been my passion. I've been seeking out that true terp from harvest. We all smell it. We all wanted it. And back to my friend giving me that rosin dab, I knew right then that was the way. It was the first time I've ever actually tasted what I seeked out during the harvest.
And are you growing organically, or are you?
Yeah, we're all organic. We actually just got our farm started, so we'll be single source here in Oregon. So we're pretty stoked. Organic's been the only way I've grown for the last 10 years. I started with advanced nutrients like most of us. I let the marketing kind of, get me the stores.
That's quite a jump from advanced nutrients to full organic.
I was lucky to meet a guy, James Bowman, here in the Applegate Valley that just knew exactly what to do. He used he was growing from the land, man. He had goats, llamas, chickens. So he was able to teach us how to, grow consciously, basically. So ever since then, that's all I've been able to really grow towards, is being better at that. And the resin's just better that way. I think we're all starting to figure that out. Sun grown is something I believe in. So that's what we're going to do.
Beautiful. Well, I look forward to seeing what you produce. It sounds like at least more than a few people on the panel know your stuff. So I'm glad to have you here. And I think, you know what, you'll be stoked once we get the dialogue going. There is a lot of us, so we'll be using the chat once we get the dialogue going. If people have something they want to input in, I can moderate pretty easily and break into the conversation for you.
Well, I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, right on, dude. I appreciate you as well. We're gonna finish up. Let's see, we got 1, 2.
Real quick, for my own curiosity, is that Bo's nose?
Yeah.
I know you.
Oh, what's up, brother?
Good to see your face, man.
Good to see you. And you too, damn it, Bobby. You're killing it, brother.
Thanks, buddy. It's great to see you, man.
Yeah. Keep crap.
Awesome.
You too,
So,
dude.
let's hear from Goldilocks. Goldilocks, you're next in the tune. I can unmute you. Maybe I can't. It's weird how I can unmute some folks, but others I can't.
I had myself muted.
All right.
So yeah, kind of same story as everybody else. Just gotten into the rosin really because we liked smoking hash at the time, and started pressing hash into rosin. Started doing a little flower rosin. Moved up to pressing and doing all that. But for the beginning, it was always just for ourselves. That's why I think that the rosin's so much different than all the other areas. You don't really find many hash makers that like aren't smoking their product and like know exactly what they're putting out. Where like in a lot of other areas of cannabis, you'll see people like don't really even smoke their own product. And
that's suspect at best.
Yeah, I think that's what's cool about rosin though, is like nobody there, you won't find that in the hash game, and another thing I love about the hash and the rosin, like you were saying earlier, is like there's no lying about your flower at that point. Once you wash your hash and put it into rosin, like you're seeing if you're spraying things, if you're doing gnarly stuff to your plants, that's coming out for sure in the rosin. And I just like that purity of getting it down to like its basis. And I dab like heavy. Everybody that I'm around all the time, we dab, so like it's always constantly about getting the terpiest rosin that we want to physically smoke, and then trying to put that out on like a large scale now. So
yeah, you guys aren't pressing grams over there.
No, definitely not. But we definitely started doing that, just like everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Well, that's how it goes. Well, thanks for sharing, dude. I know that you'll be good at some of the dialogue and discussion we get going on. And it's already 10 o'clock, which is an hour, and we haven't finished the introductions, and that's okay because it's an awesome panel. And I'm stoked to see the Cannabis Reverend just came in. That's awesome. One of my OG, like when the rosin thing was blowing up, that dude was right beside me. Like that is for sure. We'll tell some funny stories.
I was blessed to meet him at Indo Expo. Cheers, Reverend.
Yeah,
cheers.
Dude.
Good to see
in the
you
house,
guys.
bro. Awesome. So I need to go to I don't see your name, brother. It just says Galaxy S10e. But you got the cool photo of Ganesha behind you, so you can introduce yourself now.
All right, I'm Dog. You can hear me?
Yeah, man.
All right, what's up? I'm Dogman Troop. My name's Mike. Dogman Troop on Instagram, obviously. Yeah, shout out to every single one of you, especially you, Bubble Man. You're where I basically learned all the tech on how to fucking wash and all that stuff. Shout out to What Up, Andy, Great Lakes Grease. That's basically the first dude I chilled with and gave me a dab of some crazy full melt hash, bro, and just blew my mind away. At the time, I was dabbing BHO, and we're from the same area, so we met up with each other. He gave me, actually, we did like fucking 10 dabs, and just, I'd never been so high in my life, like that awkward high. And me and Andy just hit it off, had a great time, and from there on out, I sought out to start making bubble hash, and then the rosin came out with soil grown solventless, just like every one of us, and just started from there. And then the jam tech came out with what was his name who put out the whole tech on the jam, but he's not really out there anymore.
Diet Funk,
exactly. Diet Funk put out that whole story on the jam tech. I became obsessed with that till I got that right. Then I found the consumers weren't really, once the cold cure came out, the consumers wanted the cold cure over the jam. So started doing that. That's basically what I do now. And then I make a lot of diamonds with the terps, separating the terps and THCA, mechanical separation. People seem to like that over here in Michigan. And that's it, man. Just shout out to each and every one of you.
Awesome, dude. Thanks for sharing. I like it.
Hell yeah.
It definitely made me think an interesting thought about how a lot of the innovation is being driven by the customer. which is
100%.
fine. That's okay. That's not a bad thing. It's creating innovation. So it's very cool. I don't sell anything myself, so I never thought of it like that. But in listening to you speak, I saw that loud and clear, and that's cool. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next up on the list to introduce, we'll go with Rackams. What's up, brother?
What up? How's everybody doing? Hopefully good and safe.
Good. What up,
name's,
Rackams?
Big up. Name's Nick. Rackams on social media and all that shit. I've been doing hash and rosin for the last 3 years now. Kind of came up out of nowhere. Wasn't growing. My wife's been growing for about 10 plus years now. Yeah, just my buddy introduced me to hash and the hair flattener or flat iron. And I had been doing automotive stuff for almost 20 years at that point. Already had a H-frame press at work. It's a huge 50 ton, but my boss wouldn't let me bring it to work or bring it home. So I bought my own and had a buddy of mine that's a fabricator. Shout out Joe Rhodes, and made my very first set of plates. And then from there, I got the low temp press and just been trying to make and unveil the best hash that I could bring to the table. And appreciate everybody on this channel right now, along with Solo Grown, Nicotine, everybody from Northern California area. They've showed a lot of support and across the world. So it's a privilege to be here.
It's awesome, dude. Well, you know, I think one of the reasons you blew up so much was that you were always willing to share information. In particularly, although you weren't the first, you were definitely one that got a lot of attention when you started doing your mechanical screen separation of THCA there.
Definitely.
That was definitely something that caught a lot of people's eyes. We'll talk about that more once we get into discussion. We're almost there, actually. We got Mark from Covert Extracts. What's up, dude? Camera's off. Should I not have called on you? I'll give it a second. Cannabis Reverend. Jeff. Let's see who's going to unmute first.
Good to see you guys.
Jeff. What's up, dude? Nice to see you, man. It's been too long.
It's been a long time, that's for sure, man. Been a long time. It's good to see you guys all here for the love of rosin today.
Yeah, man, absolutely. It's good to see you here. Like I said, like when all this was happening, was it 2014 that we were in Spain and Barcelona at my booth?
It was 2015, man. You know, Soul Grown in February came out with the tech, or really put it out there on Instagram. And then I went down and saw Space down in Oakland, and we figured out the mesh bag method with the 25 micron pressing screen.
That's what we were doing.
And like, you know, a couple weeks later, we were in Spain pressing out that beautiful barb at the at your booth.
Do you remember who was standing at the booth at that time?
Oh man, you know, there were several folks. I know that Flav was there, and Great Gardner. I'm trying to remember who all
Remo
was there.
was there. Don and Aaron from DNA were there.
Yeah.
Dude, there was a ton of people like from the industry standing in front of the booth watching that go down, and I'm pretty sure it's on video.
Hell yeah. It was epic times, man. I was watching everybody that went out to Spain this year being like, oh man, I really wish I could have made it. Got to get out to one of those Masters of Rosin tournaments one of these years.
I judged it last year. It was great. I landed and I bumped into David at HQ, and he was like, here's like, there was 60 different rosins that he handed me in a box that I have right over here. It was good. You definitely would enjoy that, but not this year. This year wasn't the year to go.
Yeah, I'll never forget pressing up all that rosin there in the HQ, bringing rosin out there to Spain. It was just amazing. Good times for sure.
No, it's good. My first rosin videos is exactly the 25 micron, screen from the bubble bags with a tiny little ball of hash wrapped and just hitting it with that little mini hair straightener and making that first hash rosin that was from that tech. You're like, yeah, wrap it in the screen, wrap it in the screen. All right,
Oh
okay.
yeah.
Wrap
Yeah,
it.
I mean, Space and I were sitting down there in Oakland at the bazaar and just enjoying pressing some rosin. That kind of Soil Grown's method, where you take a chunk of hash and you press it together under some lower heat. So it's nice and tight together, and then you press that, and then you get this nice halo. You could take like a 3-star and turn it into a 4-star rosin basically at that point, and Space and I were sitting out back. We're like, man, we need something to make this better, and I was like, well, we need a filter. That's really what it is. It's just a filter is what we need. And he's like, I got a filter. And he ran into his hash lab and grabbed the 25 micron pressing screen, and the rest is history, man. We pressed up some 6-star out of 4-star at that point. It was amazing. So
yeah, turn it to just get the oil out, right? It definitely was an amazing thing. It still is an amazing thing. After that episode, there was not a company selling a rosin press, but after the Hash Church episode 25 that he came on and talked about it, there were machines. Like D-Nail had a machine like a week or two later. It was just a t-shirt press with an additional heater on the top as well as the bottom. And then, Sasquatch stepped it up and came out. We're welders. We know how to do this. They built a solid unit. That thing was like untouchable. And, Pure Pressure coming out, after that with this incredibly engineered unit that had all of these features and emergency stops and plate controls and whatnot. We'll get into that soon when we talk to those guys. I want to finish the introductions off. We have one left. We have Mark over at Covert Extracts. You are the last one, and then I'll go through the companies that made it. I don't think Sasquatch made it. I'll see if they got the email or not. It'd be nice to hear from them. Oh, right. They said they had really bad service and their internet might be too slow to join. So that might be what's happening with them. Mark, are you there from Covert Extracts? Or are you off again? Because we'll have to hear from you later if not. If he's not there, what I'll do is I'll put this video.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, good. Well, here, let's hear from you real quick, and then I'll put the video on of Soil Grown.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just kind of figuring out this whole Zoom thing. So.
Oh, don't worry about it, dude.
But yeah, I started growing probably back like in the mid to late 90s, and been growing on and off ever since then. I've been growing like steadily for probably the past 10 years. And, I really, I first seen rosin, I think, on YouTube, I want to say. I'm not really sure who I first seen it from, but it was on YouTube. And then I got an Instagram page, and I found, Soil Grown Solventless and Solventless Mind. And, that's where I really started getting into it. And now I make rosin pretty much. I make a lot of single source, but I also make stuff for our team over at Ghostbusters Farm, and that's who we're going to be going into the legal market with going forward. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, we I make rosin kind of like this.
Kind of like that. Looks great.
Fire.
Yeah, this was made with no oven. I was kind of like trying to find a way to make the like sauce consistency with no oven, and I found out that if you press with just a little bit higher temperature, and just a quick press, and then throw it onto the mats, you can get the same consistency as the oven without actually cooking it for a long time.
Well, that's going to be a lot of what we're talking about today is consistency and techniques and methodologies of creating these, obviously the resin itself has its own subtle nuances and factors that are at play, but within those, all of these different methodologies that can bring us these different textures is I want to get into for sure.
Absolutely.
I know you have a lot, so we're going to be hearing from you quite a bit more. I want to introduce Soil Grown. Soil Grown, dude. I think every single person on this panel right now.
Right on.
You up, dude. I would just like to start with the standing ovation, like heavy ice. Let's do the slow.
The goat is here.
Oh yes,
Goat has landed.
Dude, come on.
So grown.
How you
What's
doing?
up, guys? Glad
What's
to
up,
be
guys?
here. Glad I could
Dude.
Good to
make
see
it.
you, man.
That is awesome. I was just going to play the video of you talking from the episode of Rosin 25. You want to hear it real quick? You want to see it?
Let's do it. Let's hear
Should
it.
have him reenact it. We should have him reenact it.
You might not remember it exactly, but here it is. Here it is.
I remember this shit.
Oh, why don't I
Look,
hear him?
look at that baby face.
Yeah.
I can't hear it though. There's nothing for
Yeah, it's not playing,
No,
but I
no
remember
sound.
this.
It's super.
That's my little bubble hash machine right there in the background too.
Is it? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was just barely starting to get down.
Well, I
Man.
wanted to play this, but I don't think it's. I'm gonna stop sharing for now. I'll try to see if I can't figure it out. Dude, tell us what's up. Tell us the story again. Tell us how it all started, man. This is the All Rosin episode, and every single person on the panel shouted you out so far.
Oh, dude, much love from everybody. Sick lineup right now for sure. Definitely recognize like everybody on here. Everybody.
Yee.
Yeah, man. So for me, I mean, I used to be big into like solvent extracts, you know, like making them and all that shit. I didn't even really know much about. Like, I loved hash. I remember going back to Amsterdam in like 2009 and falling in love with bubble, but you know, I didn't really know much about it. So I just kind of like fell in love with concentrates out here, and all I knew about was BHO, learning how to build, to blast in all that shit. Totally the wrong path. You know, later on down the road, I fucked up, promised my family I'd never do it again. And then one of my buddies had told me about fucking water hash and shit. So I started like researching on it and, you know, seeing like all Bubble Man's threads, Nicotine, Matt Rise, just other people kind of popping up through there, like very vague knowledge, but it was enough to like put you on a track to like start experimenting and trying to figure shit out on your own, you know? And so like started washing trim and getting decent hash, and just wasn't what I was seeing on the internet and shit. So finally started getting fresh frozen and got a lot closer. And, you know, I started refining that and pulling 6-star and all that shit. But later on down the road, I run out of all my melts, and that's what really like pushed me to try figuring shit out. Cause I remember doing like the Jermichaels, you know, you throw the fucking melt on the screen and then watch it melt through. And you'd see all that fucking contaminant stuck on the top, but the oil would fall through always. So like I would think about that all the time, but nothing really came of it. You know, you go later on down the road, I'm running out of my 6-star melts, and fucking light bulb goes off in my head. So I'm just thinking like, okay. So I took a chunk of hash, shoved it between a piece of parchment and pushed it up on the e-nail, and like until it burned my finger. And then, you know, I'd pull it off and I looked, I see oil pushing out the fucking hash, and tripped me out. So I just kept doing it. It took me like 10 minutes to get one person to dab. And actually that idea came from the fact is when I was making hash, I would press out like 4-star, 5-star, 3-star, just some shitty shit. And I preferred to dab it. So, you know, it wasn't the best way to do it. But I remember seeing Nicotine using the hair straightener just to thin it out. And I would mess up all the time, wouldn't think anything of it. You know, thinking back, you know, you had that when I pressed it too hard, I had the outside all oily and shiny, and you could see the dry, flat contaminant in the middle. Well, I would just fold it back up, do it again, and dab it. You know, so that's where later down the road that light bulb kicks on and shit, and I started doing that. So I graduated to a hair curler because that's all I could find in my house. And then my wife comes out, flips out on me, and brings me an old hair straightener. And it was on from there. You know, we started pressing the shit out of hash, no screen, nothing like that, wasn't refined. I would just pick out as much of the contaminant as I could, and then basically ran out of my hash. And we're all just sitting there. Another light bulb goes off in the head. I grab a bud, and it worked with the bud. So, you know, to our surprise, we were fucking amazed. And next thing you know, we're smoking flower rosin. So I remember like that night, dude, breaking out the hair straightener and the fucking pound of weed and pressing out my first 1/8 of rosin. And it took us like 4 hours to press it out, but it was fucking amazing. Just the fact that we had this stable, clear, just, I mean, looking back now to what we have now, like we were calling it turpy, but that shit was burnt popcorn, you know, but loving every bit of it. So yeah, I mean, that's really how it begun for me. And then, you know, Cannabis Revin came around and showed everyone the screen tech, and it just refined the fuck out of it. And really that was like the biggest game changer as far as refining the rosin.
Straight up.
Couldn't have done it without you, Soil Grown. Standing
Oh.
on your shoulders, man.
All love, bro.
Dude, it's such an incredible story. It's so crazy. I remember this, like how it was like on Instagram, like a wildfire. And then how like companies started popping up right after we did, or you, we who's got the torch going?
I just shut it down. I shut it down.
It's okay. You can torch. I'll just let me know and I'll mute you first.
All right.
Torch, trust me. Oh, look at Jen Doe came in too. What's going on, Jen Doe? You been making
Hi, guys.
Please?
I was just thinking about you, Jen.
Ah, how are you? It's so good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, happy Easter, everybody. I can only stay on for a couple minutes because I got a kid and a man in the house that are like, why the fuck are you on the phone? And I'm like, guys, it's Hash Church. Like,
Yeah, same here. I got 4 girls waiting on me.
I know. Thank you both. I appreciate
Likewise.
it. I've got mine as well waiting out there, but you know what, the All Rosin episode, we had to persevere. We had to push.
Absolutely.
Just did introductions, Jen. If you want to do a quick little introduction, tell us how you found Rosin and tell us a little bit about what's going on. That's what we kind of just did, and you're the last on the list.
all right. You know, I remember Rosin coming up when we did the first episode that we brought it up in. A friend of mine had actually been like, hey, have you seen this rosin shit? You take flowers and you squish them with your hair straightener. And I was like, what? That's bullshit. So we grabbed some flour and did it. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to take me like all day to get us like 2 dabs. But it worked and it was great. And then I heard about Phil, Soil Grown, and then we talked about him on Hash Church. And I was like, fuck yeah, this is great. Being a girl, I had plenty of hair straighteners because I had 3 kids in the house. So, you know, we got some awesome things going. I got a lot of people sent me like their innovative tech on how to properly use the straightening iron and just good stuff. And then as soon as the presses came out, fucking everybody's ready to go. So yeah, I don't know. I've been here since the beginning. So
That's awesome. Well, thanks for sharing. For sure, we got just a couple of more people who are representing a couple of companies. Sasquatch, I guess, hasn't been able to make it in because they are camping in Arizona somewhere and they have bad internet. But why don't we hear from Cliff Haney, who's over at Pure Pressure. Pure Pressure. One of my favorites.
What's going on? How's it going, guys?
How are you doing, man?
I'm great, man. So as you said, my name's Cliff. I'm here representing Pure Pressure today. Just to give you a little background on how I got into the business. So when I was 14, that's basically when my passion for cannabis started. My mom's got Parkinson's, Tourette's, and fibromyalgia. So seeing how it helped her in a medicinal sense really sparked my passion. And we started looking for better alternatives to the kind of the mids that she had access to at the time that were really just tearing her throat up. So we heard about this lady. Her name was Cheryl, I think, in Netherland, Colorado. And she taught us about RSO, Rick Simpson oil. And so we started making that for her, started sourcing some real heavy indica dominant strains. But it was just making her so sleepy and sedated that she really couldn't treat herself throughout the day with it. It was mostly just at nighttime that she was really able to take advantage of it. So we started looking at other concentrates out there, found BHO, kind of went through the whole mess of turning Pyrex into a rocket. So we had some tough mistakes that we had to learn some lessons on there. We discovered solventless. I found the guys over at Pure Pressure. Super stoked to be working with them. We've got an incredible team over there. It really all started with Josh. One of our owners was looking for a better solution to press rosin. And so he contacted one of his friends who was an engineer, Ben Britton. And I don't know if any of you guys know Ben, but he's basically the Elon Musk of cannabis. I mean, if you could see his vision for the future and kind of what we're looking to do with solventless is really just scale it and automate it in every way, and really just drive that price point down to where it's more competitive with some of these other extracts out there. And that's going to take just improving the efficiency of the equipment, finding better strains out there to process. And that's just our ultimate goal, to really push solventless. You know, we don't care what equipment you're using or what you're doing, just as, you know, as long as you're pushing solventless forward, we're definitely on the same team.
Awesome, dude. Well, thanks for sharing. That's I didn't know that about your mom. That's heavy duty for sure. Good.
No doubt.
It's neat to see all the different journeys to get us all to a similar place here on Hash Church in the All Rosin episode. That's where we are right now. That's where we are today. We've got 641 people watching Hash Church 3.0 episode 7. And there's a bunch of people in the chat room. We'll end up asking questions from them as well. I want to hear from Spencer. Spencer's from Access Rosin, and I found this rosin press to just be different and to be innovative. And I kind of appreciated what he was doing. And even now, looking at his picture of the rosin, giant driplets dripping behind him. Tell us about yourself, Spencer. Tell us about how you came to be here in this room today.
Yes. How's it going, everybody? Definitely rosin was the new hype back in 2015 when I was hosting my booth at Chalice. That was actually 2017. And I got in contact with Dave at ROSIN Technologies, who is kind of a company that goes undescribed when learning about rosin. And what I know that they discovered was adequate pounds per square inch. And so they found quality in flower rosin at small scale with large pressure because of the fast oil movement through the filtration screens. And I found that to be very unique. And when I was pressing with one of their machines at secret sessions and high times and whatnot, I was able to see a lot of different genetics and how they extracted and what the oil contents were becoming. But the problem was scalability, and I just could not process enough material at a large enough scale. So I actually tried to develop some new plates for that press that they were using, and it did not work the same. And so that was when a little light bulb went off in my head to say, oh, adequate pounds per square inch is a huge factor with pressing flower. And they apparently became a thing pressing hash, where it's kind of simpler because there's no plant material creating a separation between the plates. So you don't need as much pressure to easily extract the oil. So my whole intent for this was scalability. I had a nonprofit organization back in 2013 that I wanted to provide quality product to all of my patients, because I was growing everything in-house for all the patients. We were a true nonprofit that would not buy and sell any cannabis. So we would just cultivate it all in-house. As myself as a grower, I just looked to create quality material. And with extracts coming into the picture, concentrates for patients who needed such a high level of THC or CBD, that mechanical separation was kind of the only way to go. So when they released the press from ROSIN Technologies, I jumped on it. And that's when, again, I just leaned towards scalability and creating a simple process from harvest to rosin. And so I began inventing. I have 7 different prototypes that essentially came to the V3.2 behind me. And I found out that this was the most simplest way to scale up rosin in my vision. And so this is just my vision come to light in a machine. And so I'm, now bringing it to the industry after I got raided in 2017 and my nonprofit was completely shut down. I sold my hydroponic store and decided to basically help more patients than what my nonprofit was helping by providing scalable equipment to try to basically flood the entire industry with mechanically separated oil versus a solvent-based oil. Just as everybody said, like that was the first point of view of bad oil. It was something in there that none of us are really scientists that we could explain, but something wasn't as clean as mechanically separated oil. So
Indra seemed to explain it right away, like on day one. He was like, it's mercaptines, they're in the butane, they're in all the canisters, it's a contaminant, it ends up concentrating in the oil. And people just didn't want to hear it. They were like, oh, no, this is I got the mercaptine free. My butane's actually really clean. It was just like an incredible like array of self-delusional cognitive dissonance, if you will, from a big part of the community that claimed to be about patients, but I think was really just about blasting cans of BHO through PVC pipes and selling the sludge that came out the other end. And, you know, as Johnny B wrote on the title of one of his infamous YouTube videos, ROSIN, the death of BHO. And when he wrote that, like a lot of people were very like offended by it almost. They were like, whoa, whoa, whoa. But man, I'll tell you, maybe it's just my feeds. I don't see BHO at all anymore. I don't see the BHO characters that were all in the community. I just don't see really any of them anymore.
It's kind of going away. And I think that the real key to making it completely go away is creating scalable equipment. Like Cliff was saying, man, just creating the equipment for the industry is a start to providing quality oil for the entire world. It starts with the manufacturers and the facilities acquiring the proper equipment to create scalability, regardless of what form it's from. As long as it's from flour rosin or hash rosin or some type of hash process that separates the resin gland through sieve or whatnot, we're definitely all interested. And I just see that full melt through rosin, or a rosin product essentially that has the best melting terms, is going to stay long term. We're talking past the next 10, 15 years. Like butane essentially had a ending point. So I think that with rosin and hash, it's all for us to not only have the start in 2015 to innovate new products and develop new equipment, but to continue past seeing no ending point.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let me just check out the entire room here to make sure nobody new snuck in while I was, I wish I could have played that video of you, Soil Grown, telling the story from years ago, but I'll have to figure it out later. It doesn't come out with any audio. But now I really kind of want to open it up to discussion. You know, I think one of the most important discussions leads into techniques, and techniques basically equals textures. I mean, right? Isn't that really what techniques sort of...
Basically.
Absolutely.
Creating textures, you're creating, I want
textures, consistencies.
Exactly, and everyone's trying to come up with kind of new versions of these things. And I have to say, through all of the experimenting and all of the mistakes that have been made, some pretty beautiful things have come up. I think, you know, the figuring out of THCA, or, you know, the separation of the THC from the terps, you know, having it crash inside the jar, both those techniques seem to be also, once again, spread like wildfire, give people that ability to go home and sort of try things. I just wanted to open that up, how some of you got turned on to that, some of the things you did that were mistakes that led to doing things that were correct. If anyone has a story like that.
Can
Everything's been by mistake for me. Oh, my bad, dude.
No, you're
Go
good.
ahead.
I just wanted to say, like, from the like, try to think of the person's perspective that has never made anything like this, or maybe even indulged on anything like even the end product. Like, what exactly are we doing here? We're taking two heated plates, and, you know, like, they don't even. I just wanted to. Could we start at that? Like, before we start explaining consistencies and, like, you know.
I think it's a good idea. Why don't you start, like, just like what you were saying, the simple thing. We're using heat and pressure.
Yep.
We're using either flour or hash. we're hitting that flour or hash with heat and pressure, with originally a flat iron or a hair straightener, which led into t-shirt presses modified, which led into presses modified, which led into full-blown rosin machines. And we're extracting the active components of the cannabis flour or hash, the resin glands, into a refined oil. And that's
Right, so we're refining the oil. So like maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't be saying that we're curing it, because it's 2 heated plates are initiating all the consistencies, even fresh press. The consistency of fresh press, that's initiated by 2 really hot plates, guys. Like let's be real.
It's true, but
Sure.
if you look at the terpene printouts before and after, like the changes are minimal, surprising the way the assumptions, once again from the BHO community, who are like, oh my God, like they're using heated plates. We have nothing to worry about. It's like,
no, it's coming out really great. Like the consistencies are similar to the hydrocarbon extracts. I'm just trying to say, like, people like need to understand that aren't making it because they're buying things that say cold cured or heat cured or whatever.
well, but if you're curing the rosin afterwards, you're slowing down the off-gassing of terpenes to allow it to harden, and it will probably save terpenes more so than it wouldn't had you not.
Yeah, the act of pressing rosin itself is not curing rosin. I'll agree with you there. It's after
Yeah,
the fact.
I would agree as well. It's a post process that that you go through after the actual process, and which gives it that title.
Yeah, a lot of people here on the chat actually mentioned that they offer a fresh press, a cold cure,
right?
A warm cure, an oven cure. The curing is nothing to do with the press. It's all post processing.
Well, let me just say, I don't mind that at all, and like people can call whatever they want, and that makes sense. What you guys just said, it totally makes sense. So if that is the word that people want to use, I think that's great, because my word that I use is very figurative. I use the word bloom because anything that I make is coming off of 2 really hot plates, and what it does after that, that was the initiation of the consistency, whatever consistency I made, right? I mean, I put it in a jar, like it came down the temps a little bit, but it's still a little bit above room temp, if you're trying to make the whatever consistency you're trying to make, like people put it in the oven, blah blah blah. I don't want to be I don't want to be the guy that defines the term that we're
Well,
just trying to say,
so look at
open the content up a little bit, so
perhaps we could use an analogy. It's like recordings, making music, where you could have a recording and then you have genres and then subgenres. I think that the recording is like the process, the genre is the cold cure in this case, and then you take it a step further and you have harmonics and the timing in which all of the things come together, the screen you use, the timing, the heat, and all these things that you apply to this. But then your genres are different. You have hip hop, you have jazz, you have, so on and so forth. So if you want to take that in, I think that's a good analogy that you could think about moving forward as it's trying to better understand in a human sense what we're actually doing to give to someone. So what is this thing? Yeah, it's rosin, but it's, I cold cured it. So therefore it's a process in which it went through to give you the cold cure. So I think we can look at it in that manner and really apply these same analogies in that way, if you will.
Curing of rosin to me is much in the same sense as curing a flower. You're actually maturing the resin glands. You're allowing them to potentially oxidize, to mature, for the trichomes or for the terpenes to progress. That's curing to me. And there's different ways to skin a cat, so to speak, to get different results from curing.
Well, just to be the person on the other side that, like, keep in mind too, like people that have never made it before, to them they're like, okay, so are you using dry material? Okay, so you cured the material, the flour, you cured it, then you made the hash. Or are you using fresh frozen? Okay, so you're using, but so let's say you are using dry material and you're teaching someone that's never made it before. That's cured material, and then you're refining the oil of a cured resin. The resin's cured. You're refining cured resin already. and then you're curing that cured resin. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what like from a perspective.
I think it would just be developing at that point.
Yeah.
You know, the resin is just developing.
I think most people that are talking about curing the resin glands aren't, and maybe I'm totally wrong on this, but the people that are talking about curing rosin aren't washing dried cured flour. We're washing either fresh frozen, or in my case, I've moved to more of a 4, 5, 6 day dry. So curing of the resin glands has not taken place prior to me pressing the rosin. So it's a necessity. You can smoke fresh pressed rosin; it's not a problem. But
I
it's
didn't
not.
mean to be that linear about it.
No,
that was
okay.
just an example. I mean, like, let's say fresh frozen. Okay, like that freezer is drying out that material. So when did you get that material? How dry? You know what I mean? Like it's dry.
These are all data points.
Anything, it doesn't matter. So like the point is that 2 heated plates refined oil. And so like, I mean, maybe the word cure shouldn't be the word, but it doesn't matter. People can use that word because it makes sense. If you want to explain it that way, totally fine. I use the word bloom because I'm really into coffee and tea. And when you expose coffee to heat, just a little bit of heat, right? It like muffins up, just like BHO in the vacuum oven, like back in the day, you're making chatter, it muffins up and it starts to bloom. Right? So like I'm just putting a word on a process that I don't feel like explaining in depth to people. I
that's just branding, you know, and I mean,
and then the rosin blooms in a jar. You know,
all that is your brand.
Do whatever they want.
You're blooming it for your brand, you know, and the reality is there's a rainbow of different types of rosin out there. You know, I prefer to run dry trim still. I mean, I'm probably one of the last holdouts that loves the dry trim, but I'm all about that cured resin head, you know. And then that rosin that's made from that cured bubble hash, it goes through another process where I'm changing the texture so that it's going to be a more desirable product for the end consumer. You know, and so there's all these things that can go down. If you want to just call it bloom, that's cool. But the reality is, you know, did you dry your plants afterwards? Yes or no? That's one thing, right? How long did you dry them for? How did you dry them for? Did you dry them in cold, dark? Or was it a quick dry? Did you then just hold them in a sealed container? Or was it able to off-gas fully? There's all of these things under the rainbow, and they're all going to create different wonderful products. So
that was very well said. And what's cool about like what we do is it's like a branding thing, like you said. You know what I mean? Everybody can stamp their own label on it, call it what you want. Like Covert's got his new I think he calls them the asteroids or the space balls. What's that Rackham's, you got the zombie rosin. You know what I mean? Everybody's got their own thing. They want to coin it their own thing, and that's fine. You know what I mean? As long as you can explain it properly and give the consumer a reasonable explanation for what's going on, then I say call it whatever you want.
Yeah, definitely. We can. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I agree with. I do wash cured resin, and I can agree with Pedro, and I also wanted to say that I like to store my rosin in a cold environment to preserve it. I just wanted to mention that. That's mainly I'm not necessarily like, there's definitely a change going on over time. And so that's why I definitely could say it falls under curing, but I don't store it in a cold environment to per se cure it. I do it to preserve it.
It's funny. That's kind of like one of my mistakes, if you will, is I was the same way. You know, I used to keep it in the freezer to preserve it like long term, you know, if I wanted to keep it, you know, 6, 8, 10 months or so, which I now think is incorrect. But when I put it in the refrigerator to kind of as a staging area, you know, most of my rosin unfortunately sits on the desk here. I smoke it rather quickly. I put it in containers that I go through it rather quickly. So I use my little 6-can refrigerator. It's kind of a warm refrigerator, if you will. Just keeps things rather cool. I just kept it in there because I like to keep my rosin cool for preservation. And then I noticed the change. I noticed the buttering. I noticed the pooling of the terps on the top. I noticed the separation. I noticed the nucleation. I always say that word wrong. But I started noticing a change, and that was what turned me on to the curing. And that was what, I guess, maybe I termed it, or maybe I made up the word. I don't know. But I figured I cured my rosin. I was aging it. It was changing. It was morphing.
Well,
I definitely agree with that, and I use the same kind of refrigerator as you described. I don't store it in the freezer. I don't like how much condensation and how aggressive the freezer is. It like dries things out.
I'll use the freezer only for complete preservation. In my opinion, the refrigerator, I would say, is still, in a sense, curing because there's still oxidation occurring. You know, it's super slowed down process at that point. But, you know, like Pedro was saying, you know, it's still changing and it's doing it at such a slow rate. You know, when we have it out of the refrigerator and when we're doing our manipulation process, we're, in a sense, just speeding up oxidation. You know, when we're applying heat to it, we're just speeding up that process. And that's why it gets to a point where, you know, you really have to monitor it when you're looking for a certain texture or consistency. But when it's in the fridge, there is no monitoring. You have a hell of a lot more time to see what's going on. But when you're trying to store things in the refrigerator, you can't expect it to look exactly the same when you go to it and you're going to package it or something. You have bulk material and now it's time to package and you want it to be fresh pressed, but now there's nucleation occurring throughout it and it's not what you wanted it to be. So I really believe in the fact that the freezer is the best way for storage to almost completely stop oxidation, and the refrigerator, it's great storage, short term. You know, it'll keep fresh looking good for a short time, but you will see nucleation occur and stuff. And it's really strain dependent. You know, 100%. There's strains that are super stable and just seem to hold very well and stay clear and fresh press looking, but you know, some strains, you as everyone knows, you know, they nucleate regardless of refrigeration or what you did.
It just depends on what temperature you're pressing at also.
I just wanted to say it reminds me
For
of
sure.
like good chefs will know. I mean, I'm not a chef. I don't want to speak for other chefs, but they know that the rice is better to make fried rice with day old rice, because like that fridge definitely is doing something. You know what I mean? It's preserving obviously, but there's stuff going on in the fridge. You know, it makes a better fried rice day old. But that's just like a totally ridiculous example. I just wanted to say that like from my opinion, from my perspective of how I make it, like shout out Low Temp Plates. I mean, I just make I've got good feedback with them and never had a problem with the plates. But anyways, I squeeze the rosin, right? I make the hash, I put it in a jar, and then I actually just leave it a little bit above it, you know, on a seed mat, to be honest with you. I put it on a seed mat, I wrap it in aluminum. A friend of mine showed me that would be kind of a good idea just because of the photo oxidation, you know. I want to kind of limit that if you can. So I just, from like a totally crude way of doing what I'm doing, I just am explaining it from my perspective. Picture people that are just growing 6 plants and they don't follow all this stuff and they're just like, okay, how can I refine my hash, right? So it's like, that's how I'm kind of doing it. And so anyways, I put it on a seed mat and I let it bloom because I don't let that top, it's a sealed jar, you know? So what am I getting at here? So anyway, so I get at it a couple days later. I don't pop the seal. And then when you pop that seal, you notice it's like, because there's like CO2 or whatever else is being released, right? So it's like it's blooming almost in a way.
Terps.
Yeah, terps.
Pressure from the terps.
Right. So like, well, when you're melting the resin on the nail, that the bubbling, that's CO2 being released, if I'm mistaken.
It's terps and CO2.
Yeah.
And
anyways,
anything volatile.
Stuff, right? So like, so that's what I do. I just leave it on there for like, sometimes it's 2 days. It depends on like what you guys were saying. Some of that stuff is wax out quicker. And so like a banana OG is kind of like, the best example is stuff with limonene. I heard from people that make Solvenex, Murphy Murray. I think that's her Instagram name, Murphy Murray. She told me that limonene actually extracts that terpene extracts melts the somehow extracts cannabinoids more, right? So it's like
Horatio does LHO with limonene, I believe, limonene hash oil or something like that.
Yep.
I mean,
That was Horatio.
Right, so,
he was doing that years and years ago.
Yeah, so these consistency, like for example, I had a 1 seed plant we weren't able to keep, unfortunately, but it made oil that like whenever I pressed into the rosin, there was nothing you could do. You could put it in the oven, nothing you could do to make it wax out at all. It was just oil. There was nothing you could do to do anything to it to make it turn into what I would say that I make on the regular, which is like What I was trying to say earlier, I just leave it in a jar for 2 days, and then I pop the seal, and then I stir just a little bit, and then it all kind of conglomerates. You know, other people do it. A lot of people do it. I don't know if they do it just like me, but that's how I'm doing it. And I just wanted to talk about
All right.
that. And that's what I mean by like
Thanks
blooming.
for sharing, dude. We're
Yeah.
gonna move on from this
Yeah.
conversation and kind of get into a little bit of sort of textures and methodologies to get to those particular temperatures. Because there is certain resin that, like you say, it's just going to nucleate right away. It's just going to butter out. We had it in the hash world forever because it was even worse in the hash world because water also tended to do the same thing. So you had water being left in the hash, making it kind of butter out and weaken and get funky. But then you had people drying their hash to perfection, but it was really high terpene and really high THC, and it would basically sugar out and crash right within itself. You guys figure out any ways to sort of recognize those things and avoid them if need be?
I mean, I feel like, that would be moisture, which is, presenting oxygen and which is speeding up oxidation. And, it's just kind of that sense of, which is inducing nucleation. So I just feel like that's kind of what's going on. But in the same with any kind of oil, whether it's, bubble hash, which has more plant particulate, which is able to absorb and hold on to moisture better than like a pure oil rosin, which it's that's more like inducing nucleation through things like heat and oxidation on that sense. But I feel like it's oxidation inducing nucleation, and that's where you get that crumbled up sugar or shit's caking up on you.
Yeah, I feel like
I'd agree, man, 100%. And it's also, the way the flour was grown before it was extracted, what they did and didn't do, every time you started 100%, if you get below that 10% mark on the cultivation side, it's just tough. You're going to have a lot more waxes and a lot more stuff in there that are undesirable in terms of from the head itself. And that's the biggest thing I always try to tell cultivators out there. You have to really be careful what you're feeding your plants and when you're feeding it as well, and how much you're feeding it. It's all together. It's not one after the other, or it's not a singular thing. It's a trifecta you have to really bring together. So I totally agree on that, man.
And we're talking about preservation right now, right? Like at the end of the day, we're talking about preservation and shelf life. I mean, that's what our end goal is, right? At what point does it become degradation? I mean, is that oxidation causing degradation?
I think so. I think that the less oxidation you can introduce, and if you can do hermetically sealed jars after you're done, and you can off gas as much as you can to get that seal on there to try to bring it to the customer as we see it in the lab. That's it's a tall order. It's not the easiest thing.
I think that's where these consistencies came from,
right?
In a sense,
Totally.
A lot of people in mistakes are trying to see how long they could preserve their product for, which ended up turning into a different consistency because they stored it different than this person or that person. I think that's pretty cool.
I had a fail over the last year that kind of falls into these conversations a little bit. I took about a half pound of some really good rosin that I had, and just not knowing the consistencies, not knowing changes, not knowing what was going to happen, I wrapped it in parchment paper. I vacuum sealed it. I put it in a sealed PVC container capsule, and prepper style, I buried it in my backyard for a period of about 6 or 8 months. Just rainy day type stuff. And, you guys all know, we all put stuff in different places, So anyways, that was this last year's harvest, and spring come up upon us about a month ago. And, so I went out and I was like, man, it's about time to dig this up, I think, and just see what's going on. And I could use the stash anyways, so it's time to start bringing it in and preparing it. And when I brought it in and opened the PVC container, by the way, did I say it was vacuum sealed, wrapped in parchment, vacuum sealed, buried in the ground. And so I opened up the PVC container, pulled out the vacuum sealed, baggie, and I immediately noticed that there was moisture leaking from the inside, from the parchment paper. And just me knowing the rosin that I've seen, that I'd had in here, immediately knew that it was bleeding terpenes. Just knew it was bleeding terpenes. So I peeled open the first one, and they were all wrapped in 1 ounce little pucks. And I immediately opened it up, and it was a nightmare to collect. The terpenes were just everywhere. For every ounce that I had, I ended up collecting about 24 to 25 grams of rosin. And the rest was pretty much just terpenes that I had to try to collect and spread amongst everything. So on that fail, if you're going to do any kind of cold curing or anything, definitely make sure it's in a kind of a glass jar. I recommend glass, highly recommend glass. And that was my fail, and really what turned me on to, holy shit, this is curing, this is separating, this is nucleizing, or whatever. I can't say that word right. And but it was in a sealed environment, so the oxidation was very, very limited. That's my story.
Thanks.
That's a great story.
Hey, Johnny B.
I think.
How you doing,
dude? How's it going, man?
Well, I'm loving listening, and just that little story there. I see the separation a lot on the terps on the outside of things that I've stored. I have jars dated right now from March 2008. I'm going to look at and stuff like that. But moisture is such a huge role. I mean, really looking at humidity, moisture, water activity, and how it plays a key role in storing hash, rosin, everything pretty much. And
Pressing rosin. We haven't even talked about it yet.
Pardon me?
We haven't mentioned it yet. The one thing that didn't get mentioned was moisture
Rosin.
content.
Moisture content. Yeah, waiting for it. It's all about moisture. And really, I've seen such a difference, even like just stuff I just recently pressed. And like we're talking about it, some's buttering out, some's not, some is. And it really comes down to moisture. I really see some dries out quicker, some doesn't. Some I put lids, some, the way I cure, the way I store it, really, I see moisture playing a key role in everything we're talking about.
It has a lot to do with temperature also. Like if you press it at a lower temperature, it'll butter up faster. Yeah. And if you press it at a hotter temperature, it'll stay stable longer, and it'll stay like more like fresh press.
I like a hot, short press, right? So for me, I would always like press a couple times. And I saw in the beginning, I'd go like a 7 from Soygrun. I remember what he was doing. And I mean, I was a big fan. Thank you for showing me that. Believe me, it changed my life. But I was always looking at the shorter, longer presses, stuff like that. And then for me, pressing on day 4, day 5, curing and pulling that crop at that point, the terps right there, and that moisture plays a key role. And I really saw that by pressing stuff all the way through the drying process, even using Bolita, pressing all the different moisture levels all the way down. And we see the more contaminants because I'm always a fresh press. I like the different humidity levels around the 67 mark for me, or relative humidity in the room gives me a really nice press to 72. Is those days, and that moisture is really what I've been really paying attention at right now. So
Let's come to the part of the video where we all need to hold up what we're smoking to the camera.
Can I squeeze this in really quick, because I didn't want to butcher Murphy Murray's words as I shouted her out. I totally don't know this stuff obviously as well as her, and I hope that she is not going to care that I'm quoting her. We were in a group of people, we were talking about limonene. I just wanted to say this really quick. It's a fun fact. The reason citrus flavors contain more waxes is because omegas are very soluble in limonene. So that batch doesn't necessarily have to contain more waxes in the original plant matter, but they will be easier to extract because the terpenes are behaving like the solvents they are and extracting more waxes.
Get those hashes up.
So yeah, I just want to, that's what I butchered earlier.
No problem. Thanks for sharing, dude. Get your hash up. You got to have something here.
I got Ken Berry Diesel
All
here.
right. That was great info, man. I appreciate you telling everyone. I got some Happy Valley hash right here.
Oh, shit.
Some square wave and some garlic.
Some critical kush.
All you mass out there can get this soon.
I wanted to drop
The garlic's ridiculous, dude. GMO, man. We need garlic.
Yeah, brother. And then I have some stuff I made at home here, which is Triangle Kush times sherbet, which is. Whew.
I think it's time for a dab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to real quick give everybody kind of just a little warning that I've seen in the past, mistake that took place. Another real quick little story. When we're talking about cold curing, especially, and taking our jars from the refrigerator and out and maybe storing them in and dabbing them and whatnot, it's very important, I've found, to, and even in a high desert condition that I am here with very low relative humidity, to let your jar warm up to room temperature before you open it. If you pull your jar right out of the refrigerator and open it and then put it back,
Condensation.
you'll have condensation inside the jar.
Especially out of the freezer.
And yeah, especially out of the freezer. And
wipe it with a paper towel, let it warm, and then wipe it again. And yeah.
I've
Yeah,
noticed.
we definitely got to teach consumers that. It's super important because they're like, they'll go in for a dab, it's sizzling. They're like, what the fuck? I thought this was solventless. What can make that happen?
Yeah. And a buddy of mine actually brought a jar over that I had pressed for him, and he was like, hey, why does this, there's like a donut shape where the outside of the rosin was a different color than the inside of the rosin. And I asked him, we finally deducted that he was pulling it in and out of the refrigerator, sometimes the freezer to dab it, and he was getting oxidation, condensation, and it was literally mold. His rosin was
what the fuck?
Yeah, so it's very important, you guys, very important to let it warm up to room temperature if you're going to store it in the refrigerator prior to.
That's another tip, good tip for people that are just starting out and pressing their hash wet. If they if somebody's hearing a sizzle while they're pressing, stop, because the shit's not dried yet.
Remember when we used to talk about pressing back on the hair straight? We used to like listen for the sizzle. It was like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
It's working. I hear something. Yeah, that's a bad sound. So
yeah, the ear
tip right there.
Yeah, I just take my I put the personal. I put my personal stash in the fridge, and then I freeze bulk stuff with as little oxygen in it as possible, right, in the freezer. And then whatever I take out of the fridge, I wait. I make some coffee. I fry an egg, and then I pop that seal.
I would say it's
honestly,
important
Pedro,
to always if you're gonna put anything in the freezer to store it, to make sure, you have it in a sealed jar, but make sure it goes into a plastic bag all the way sealed or vac sealed or something like that. Even recently, about 2 weeks ago at Single Source, I had my stand-up freezer with all my jars go out in it, and like Adam was saying earlier, you can get condensation built up in your freezer. I had some of that leak on top of all my jars, but all of them are safe, thankfully, because of the bag and all that stuff. So that's definitely
a good tip for sure.
Yeah, that's a good tip for everyone. Always make sure you got sealed bags for your jars.
That's a hash maker's tip right there.
Yeah, the other thing I've been doing, guys, is I've been induction sealing my jars. So I got these little tops here.
Nice.
And these go right on top. Yep, you can just induction seal that right on top. Think about it like peanut butter.
We've been doing that with Single Source jars as well too. It takes like 2 seconds, man. A little induction sealer.
Yeah,
done.
boom, and you just do it, and then I have stuff that I've been testing. I've still got induction sealed from a year and a half ago. I'm gonna wait another month and crack it open, but I can already see it. It's fine. It's as if I just put it in there.
Dude, I love peanut butter, so I'm gonna get on that.
Okay, so I just want to, I think it's just to share that I think about preservation a lot, and it's one of those things where I go to a lot of dispensaries all over the place just to kind of see who's doing what, and every time I crack a jar, it's like hit or miss. Some people that are really have super flame, and I know they're really talented. By the time I get it, it's just not the same.
I think a lot of that is what Johnny B talks about, that moisture content, and it speaks to what is the glue that was used to seal that thing on top of the jar in the first place, and was it a mixture of the moisture content and the terpenes off-gassing from the product mixing into that little space and slowly degrading that glue and releasing that seal? Because it's definitely happening with flour here in the Canadian program and in our legal team. Sometimes the seals, the flour just comes so dry that no company was drying their herb that dry to sell. It's just that it was on the shelf for a long time, or it was in limbo for a long time. The terpenes off-gassing or consuming that seal. I ask every LP, no one ever knows what's in the glue. that you're sealing the jar with, because terpenes consume all sorts of things, particularly in particular, they're caustic.
Moisture. Terpenes got moisture.
Well, the less you have in the jars as well. People are putting a gram in these giant jars, and it oxidizes a lot quicker.
A lot more oxygen present to it.
Yeah. So you need to fill the jar as much as you can, especially for long-term storage. I'm not afraid to put 3 grams in a little 7 ml jar, 5 grams in there. And people use these 1 ounce jars like this, and they put a gram in there or 3 grams in there. It's just, they oxidize way quick.
If you think about it, look at it like a 2 liter of soda. When it's full, there's very little head of oxygen in there. It maintains its carbonation. It gets cracked open. Half of it gets poured out. And then now there's a huge head of oxygen in there, which allows that carbonation to fill, because it's really empty space. So that carbonation fills it. You crack it open, and now that gas is gone. And in a sense, that's terpenes. That's what's happening with our concentrates.
Yeah,
that's a good analogy right there, actually.
And I noticed that on the batter and the cold cure, that oxidizes more than anything. That's, a lot of my favorite is the jam, because it keeps that. I leave mine at a room temp for weeks, and it keeps that same consistency. And somebody gets in there, it's still nice and sugary and wet and terpy, and it doesn't have any color discoloration. So
yeah, that's
why jam's my favorite as far as getting it to the consumer a month down the road when it's in their hands. They still open it, same consistency. It's not got that dark kind of crust on, not crust, but that oxidization layer on it. The jam seems to hold up well. So
stored this one right here for 2 months.
Looks beautiful.
That's why I like storing my bulk jars at work, filling them as much as possible, leaving a really small room for oxidation to happen. So you really can avoid that. And we store everything in a cold environment in a small black box. So the jars are in a room that's 48 degrees, 50 degrees at best, and they never really see light until they're getting packaged, and they go immediately out, to the shops, and we make sure they go to a fridge or somewhere that's going to be stored cold.
Yeah, so that's definitely full preservation. I have people asking me all the time, how should I cure my bubble? Not as much with rosin, more with hash. And I'm always like very simply, well, do you fall into the school of, I want to preserve it so it's exactly like it is now for as long as possible, or I want things to change? And there's really it's kind of a one or the other for most people. And the Instagram methodology of popularizing this and driving it to those very pretty pictures with that very light colored hash seems very much in line with preserve the whole thing. I want it to be exactly how it was when you took the picture. I don't want to get it and be like, oh, it's different. Like it doesn't look like that anymore. Something's changed. And that's interesting that we've really done a full 180 from the sort of, from the original, the OGs who were more like cure, you want to cure your, even when I first learned about cured resin, I couldn't believe the difference of puffing dabbable cured full melt dry sift with no monoterpenes. Like those are the same terpenes we would evaporate off and cure in the flower process in the 70s, 80s, and 90s and 2000s. And those terpenes are fairly rough on the throat. And when you relieve the plant of them, a new bouquet of sesquiterpenoids can uplift and kind of get under your nose, and it's a different flavor profile, and it's that cured herb. Well, we've really flipped it on hash now. It's like, let's do some fresh frozen, let's freeze dry it, let's hit it with super low temp rosin, but then keep it cold. And I appreciate both sides. But I wonder if one will dissipate, if the old will go to the point where we can barely find it. Like even having Brian talk about air drying got me all excited today, because that's, soon to be considered also a very old school methodology. It's very neat to hear that difference.
Man, air drying is a tough thing nowadays. You're trying to pass a microbial test. It's really tough. There's yeast and bacteria. There's things that live on plants. Especially if they're grown outdoors. And indoors, really, for that matter. So it's a tough thing. You've got that freeze dryer is your best friend to help you pass those microbial tests.
If you're a business, for sure. If you're just a random person, very different. So I think a lot of people in the bubble world that aren't necessarily in the business have felt like they need to get themselves a freeze dryer, because that's, you know, all the Instagram hash is freeze dried. I definitely, from a business perspective, yeah, you definitely have to have one. Just like you should probably have an autoclave to clean all the components of your water hash equipment. Probably you shouldn't be using plastic washers and such. You should have stainless steel and be able to
Absolutely
properly, because everything changes when you go from like Joe Blow, I'm at home just making my own hash, to I am entering the marketplace and I'm going to
There's
make
also, you know, the freeze dryer is also like really necessary for anything that's not dry cured trim. You know, if you're running fresh frozen, I mean, sure, people have been microplaning and doing things like that, and bless all the people that have gotten to the cured melts without having the freeze dryer. But the reality is, man, like that stuff is all fresh. It's really susceptible to mold.
Yep.
Yeah, the freeze dryers have been huge when it comes to processing a ton of material at a time too.
Big time.
There have been
Yeah,
days that
viable
we'll
without 'em.
do 20,000 grams, you know, in the cold room, and thinking about having to go and sieve that and everything and put it on racks would be a nightmare. But I do have a friend up in Seattle that does it. Headhunter Extracts. You should check him out. He washes for
He kills it.
Constellation Cannabis.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's air drying a
rocking.
lot of stuff. You know what I mean? And he's having to take it through testing and all that. And he does a really great job. So feel free to check that guy out if you're interested in learning how to do air drying techniques on a legal mass scale. You know,
Yeah,
he's definitely doing it.
Gold Leaf up here is also doing that same thing. They've
Yeah, he's
never
definitely
been on
doing
the
it too.
freeze dry tip. Yeah.
Yeah,
A lot of
Yeah,
work.
it's freeze dryers have really allowed it to scale, and that's the, you know, when I started in the late 90s, you know, it's all I had, it's all there was. It was just air dry everything. And you know, we didn't, at the
Forget
time when
about
I
it.
started,
In
it
the late 90s,
was like
there was no
patties.
drying.
It wasn't even, we weren't even at the point of microplaning yet at
Wet
that point.
bubble.
Yeah, it was just like,
Rolled into
you know,
balls.
and you're, yeah, you put it in, exactly, you put it into a ball.
Tried it on
It was a
plate.
mixture of like all these techniques, you know what I mean? It wasn't where we're at now. So it's,
finger hash.
my point
Right,
is
very
that, you know, I think,
understandable.
you know, we've gotten to this place, and I don't think one is better than the other. I just think they're tools that you can really apply to the same methodology, and you
Well,
can get
freeze
really
drying
phenomenal.
is definitely easier and better from a perspective of
Sure.
if you don't have the time, the energy, and the awareness that Headhunter and the other person who was mentioned. You know, there's a deeper level of awareness that needs to be occurred now, where you're like, okay, like maintain like microbial free water hats that were air drying like 20 kilos at a time.
Yeah, that's, and then you have all the microbial aspects that you have to fight against, and it's tech, man. You really got to know
He's
what you're
got
doing.
pictures of his room. You guys should check it out. He's got a lot of pictures and videos and stuff of the room he works in, and it's very impressive.
Constellation's setup is
Awesome.
sick. It's you know, it was really one of the it is the best facility I've seen yet, honestly.
Pretty legit. I got to tour it a
we're
couple
talking
years
about?
ago. Headhunter
What's it?
Extracts.
Gotcha.
He works
Okay.
for Constellation Cannabis. He's the lab manager there. He processes.
Yeah, Kaya helped build that place out.
Yeah, getting the
Nice.
tour of that cold room was pretty cool. It's very, very legit. They got everything you need for sure.
How do you think?
Hell
How do you guys think this all reflects on the press? The freeze dried method versus the air dried method. Do you think there's much of a difference as far as the amount of oxidation that's already happened?
Yeah.
Darker rosin with the air
Definitely
dry, I would
darker.
say. You know, the freeze dryer is going to get you that really, it's going to preserve that color, which is so important to so many people in the market, is to have that really light, blonde, just beautiful rosin, even though some darker rosins can be just amazingly tasty.
Absolutely.
That to me,
Because I like.
And
Go ahead.
fresher terpenes, actually, because in the drying process you're also curing, so you're getting a little bit of a cured resin there, so there's a little bit of a fresher taste, you know, when you use a freeze dryer. And then myself, because I've failed so many times at drying hash, air drying hash, there's a moisture content thing as well. There's a too soon. So it kind of takes that guesswork out of there. I've actually pressed hash before that wasn't fully dry and ended up with wet rosin, and it's a disappointment. So now my hat's off to you guys that air dry, because it is an old school technique as far as I'm concerned, and I can't do it. So
I just wanted to say,
I just think from a lab perspective,
I haven't bought a freeze dryer yet. I do look into investing in one of those, especially next season, just to make it more efficient. Because obviously, I believe it's more efficient to make hash with a freeze dryer, dry hash with a freeze dryer. Just want to make it very clear that I've done a lot. I've dried fields of resin, and my max is 250 grams. I'm not putting thousands of grams in a freeze dryer and doing it. Like I've never made that much hash. I've always done it in increments. If I was I could do 400 grams, but I would hate my life. So I want to live my best life. So I'm staying at 250. That's my max out. And grading all that hash is quite the task. But you can get it done. I dry little dollops that I've dried evenly and kept cold. I believe that there's a window where you ruin the hash if you're grading too late. I feel like the majority of people that have tried to dry in the past throughout history have used the microplane as an emergency.
You need to work on your mics. Your microphone's coming in. People say they can't hear you, but that kind of reminded me of Goldilocks. You're doing things on a larger scale. What kind of obstacles are you bumping into, turning all that? You're doing bubble hash into rosin, or?
Yeah. So what I would say is, the freeze dryer is the most important thing for doing, just getting everything the same every time. In a lab setting, you want to be able to control all of your everything you can, so you can replicate the same thing over and over with the same strains. And so I think the freeze dryer is like number one in that process, so you could be pumping out hash. So that's ideal for us. And then, I'm like more of a large scale. I think it's all about just having a system where everything is running consistently through. You're not ever storing anything until it's into it's either in hash form or it's being pressed directly into rosin and then being cured from that point. I know a lot of people have used the heat mats in the past with the jams and the other things. We did too. It's always been with experimentation, but I've always wanted to get as exact as possible. So we have incubators actually that we use for all the jars when we're going to do curing like that. So we can have it fine tuned to an exact temperature for an exact amount of time. And I find that helps a lot. It's on a large scale. It's all about being able to do the same thing over and over and over.
And what kind of numbers are you rocking? You're using a Whistler Tech W3 a 300 WT, right?
Yeah. So we'll run about 40 pounds, a wash, about, and then that'll process through. And on a given day, we're processing about 300 pounds of rosin on a daily basis. It depends on
rosin.
No, not of rosin. We're processing 300 to 800 pounds. I'm sorry, no. So of hash, and we take all the hash through. We'll press out 5-6 pounds a day.
Damn.
That's still a lot, brother.
Yeah. What kind of yields are you getting out of
we've got 2 Sasquatch M1s that we use, and it's I try to have everything as dialed as possible. We'll rock multiple machines at the same time. I don't know that I would call a lot of it moisture content, because with the freeze dryer, you're getting all that moisture out. I think a lot of the curing process is terpenes.
Wait a second. That's wrong information. You're not.
He's talking hash, John, not weed.
Even with the hash.
I think moisture is extremely important to talk about with pressing flour all day, because when it comes to hash, we're getting all the moisture out for the most part in the hash, and it's all basically the same. So I think whoever was saying something about limonene or whatever, different terpenes have different volatilities. So I think that has a lot to do with it. I think the point is get all the moisture out of your hash before you press it.
I will say a lot of people are producing wet hash still with a freeze dryer. It all depends on how you're rocking your freeze dryer and what temperatures
Well, yeah,
you're using and things like that. Definitely,
exactly.
you obviously producing that much constantly know how to get your hash, to what you need to get it. But unfortunately, there's lots of people who are misinformed with the freeze dryer even, and are trying to dry at much too low temperatures and not achieving triple point.
Absolutely. Anytime you buy any equipment, the equipment is not going to save you in any terms of making anything ever. You still have to know how to run the equipment and to do it correctly.
Definitely.
I'll always say that.
I'll
Can I
say, yeah,
say one
moisture
thing?
content, real quick, sorry. Moisture content is definitely 100% like the number one variable. And I think we've all been taught that since the beginning. Like, once again, I learned from watching Bubble Man videos, and I used to grate everything, and I was from the microplane. So we were always competing with Fresh Frozen, trying to get that dry with a microplane, so.
I'm talking
First,
more of a post press. Post press, I don't know that it's about moisture content at that point. I'm saying post press production. When you're talking about your different techs and your different curing and your oxidation and all that, I don't think moisture content is coming into it as much unless you're introducing the fridge and storing it incorrectly. I think it's more so terpenes and then the volatility of different terpenes reacting.
Absolutely. Let me just throw in something. I had a headphone issue. Sorry about that. Hope everybody can hear me this time.
Yeah,
I'll make it quick. I'll make it real quick. I just wanted to say, from a person's perspective that can't afford a freeze dryer, they're just growing 6 plants legally in California, wherever you are. I don't know the legal limit on your plant count. Anyways, you're doing a really small batch. It is possible to get dry hash. I just want to say, if you keep that room cold and you dollop out the hash really nice and evenly, and that you're drying those dollops cold, and then you take out each dollop one by one and you dry that with a microplane. And instead of using the microplane as an emergency tool, like most people did, they try to sieve first or do whatever, but it's like, no, I mean, like, especially if it's fresh frozen, you're going to just have a hell of a time and you're wasting that's a lot of money. So like, in my opinion, I want to dry it. I don't care if I'm shredding heads at this point. You're so small scale. Let's just keep that in mind. Let's dry that resin really quickly. I can get it dry in 10 to 12 hours. I scrape it right up. It's in a jar. It's cold. You know what I'm saying? Like, so just the layman at home that is watching this, you can dry hash without a freeze dryer. It is awesome to buy a freeze dryer, especially if you're making hash on a large scale. Just like I was saying, I maxed out at 250. My wrists start hurting, I get it to 40 micron and I'm like, oh, I want to throw this in the trash, but I don't throw it in the trash, So anyways, that's all I wanted to say, guys.
Well, let's take it back to the freeze dryer, because someone did have a question. They said, okay, well, like, does anyone want to drop some knowledge on the freeze dryer? Does anyone have any settings they want to share, or any tricks and tips they've learned with the freeze dryer? Because that's what someone's specifically asking for in chat. If anyone wants to share, you're up.
I mean, the only thing that you really got to be sure of, the main thing is that, like, everybody knows the shelf limit. You got to drop that to 30 degrees, or else you're going to cook your hash, which I'm sure maybe every one of us has unfortunately done, and I did, but that's the main thing. You got to drop that shelf limit to 30, and you got to save the setting, which is a pain in the ass, but call the customer service. They'll walk you through it.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. My settings are shelf limit is actually at 40 on mine. Do you? Yeah. I usually do but it's interesting to hear different people's, because I love to hear this especially from this panel.
over here.
I think mine's at 35, actually.
There you go.
You got 60? Oh, okay.
60. Wow.
50.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Shelf limit 50. And actually, the unit has issues if you set it lower than that. My unit specifically, like that's, it's an earlier one, and I feel like it throws this error where it can't detect the temperature.
I think for those of us that have freeze dryers, let's go through that. Let's go through what we have for a freeze dryer and what those couple little settings are.
And also, to add to that, what vacs are people using?
Sure, there you go. So I have an oil vac, small pharmaceutical freeze dryer. My shelf limit is set to 40. My freeze time is, for the most part, generally just straight 9 hours. I do have the ability to drop that a little bit, but that's a whole other story. The central dry portion of the freeze dryer is automatic. You can't change that. My final dry is generally 14 hours, done and done. Yeah, that's my settings.
I run a medium pharmaceutical, 2 of them, so 7 trays in each one. Set them to 30 degrees each, and it all depends on tray thickness too, on how fast those trays are going to dry. So we do a lot of processing. So you lay thicker trays. Sometimes those do need to dry for a little bit longer than some of the smaller trays that only have 100 grams on them or something like that. But yeah, I like to run them at 30 degrees. The dry, I pre-freeze the slab, so I don't do the freeze setting.
Yeah.
Really, I do get the freeze dryers cold, so they're nice and frozen inside. But I don't freeze the trays in there. I freeze them in a chest freezer or in the
That's
big
what I was
stand-up
saying. That's a
freezer.
whole other story.
Same shot.
Yeah,
same
for
thing.
sure. And then you can slide them into the freeze dryer when they're ready, and do the drying process then. And I've got experience running the oilless pumps and the oil pumps with the Harvest Right units. But yeah, dry times can vary anywhere between from like 12 to 18 hours, depending on the thickness of the tray itself.
Now, what's the main difference between the pharmaceutical and the regular?
trays.
The
5
big
and
difference
7.
I found too, though,
Trays.
was I was working in a facility where the power would go out every now and then, and we were using a home unit there. The power went out, and when I came back the next day, it was concrete. All the hash was like concrete.
It was also
the
told-
unit will resort back to the hottest settings when it turns back on. So the shelves are at like 125 degrees.
You can
Oh,
actually
yeah.
set that
Yeah.
setting so that doesn't happen, because the same exact thing happened to me.
Bro, that thing is gone.
Oh my
I
God,
fucking
I've had
Same
it
shit.
happen so many
Cooked
times.
it.
I've had it happen.
You can, if you have the old unit,
I've
you
had
can
it happen
definitely
at least
set
10
that
times.
limit down.
That
Just
thing's
call
gone,
up
bro.
tech support, and they'll walk you through putting it to that. So when the power fails and it comes back on, it's not going to go to 125.
Yeah, that's.
I
I
have-
think
I have
that's
one
good to know that
freeze
we've
dryer
all
that
done
does
that.
I
I
switched
I
to
have
the
one
pharmaceutical
specific
unit, and it
screwdriver
was
that
much
does it
better.
over and over. You
The
can also
pharmaceutical
do.
units will not do that.
I've seen some weird stuff with some of the pharmaceutical units, but you can also buy tray conversion kits for smaller. If you need more tray space or something, and you already have a smaller medium, you can get conversion kits that will add you extra trays, so you don't have. Because there's a lot of
Oh, no
space in those
shit.
trays.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's
You
awesome.
can actually get a 7 tray kit. Is
yeah,
what he's
yeah.
talking about.
See, so you see how much space there is in between there, so you can shrink those trays into half
Right.
and have double the trays in there.
I
Oh, that's
Call
sick.
Harvest
I didn't
Right,
know
and
that.
they'll set you up with that. I've done that
Actually,
before myself. Yeah.
visited the Harvest Right headquarters when I was having problems with mine. Kind of a little bit of a horror story, but I put my freeze dryer in my car and drove to their headquarters, pulled up in the back to fix my unit. It was a little bit of a nightmare, but in the process, we formed a little bit of a relationship, and I got to ask a bunch of questions. And supposedly, and I don't know much about the freeze dryers, but besides, just the different shelving units that they have, stock, the pharmaceutical or the pharmaceutical one will come with the shelf limit set at 40 standard. And by the way, you can change your permanent settings from your current settings. I don't know if you guys know that there's buttons, there's miscellaneous buttons in upper right hand corners and shit.
Yeah, little secret
Rackham's,
buttons you can
Rackham's
press.
might
Yeah,
be
I got
showing
that
you those
right.
things right now. So what was I getting at? Oh, supposedly there's higher grade instrumentation devices in the pharmaceutical units, whatever the hell that means.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is that there's better software in the pharmaceutical versions. And just to touch on freeze dryers real quick too, there's another company. Well, there's multiple companies right now working on multiple different freeze dryers and stuff. I've been working on this one by a company called Lab Conco, and it has, like, say, with the Harvest Right, mostly, especially with the home edition, you can't, like, you set a one variable temperature for your shelves. This one you can change it by the minute, by 30 seconds, by whatever you want. You can ramp it up and down.
Can you change individual shelves? Have
Yes,
their own
and
temperatures?
there's also probes that you can freeze inside of your patties. So you have like a little probe that comes out.
Right.
And you put your patty right on top of it, and you freeze it like that. And then you throw those into your freeze dryer, and it'll actually tell you the moisture content. And actually, it tells you a bunch of different variables, dude. And
That sounds amazing.
It comes with an Edwards pump as well. They just hit MJ Biz this last one. I think the only problem that I've seen with it so far is that, say with the Harvest Right, it gets freezing cold, within, say like -30 to -70 on some of the units I've seen, Fahrenheit. This one has a huge coil in it, but it doesn't get the environment that cold. So getting your shelf temperature below 40, 45, or whatever your ambient temperature is is really hard to do. So what I was getting at is that freeze drying technology has been around obviously longer than we've been drying hash with it. There's tons of different types that you can check out and like do lots of different things. I think where the harvest right is better is like what I brought up. It keeps the environment like freezer cold or colder and preserves your terpenes, and they don't change or cure or anything like that. And you can get that beach sand consistency, you know? But as far as like variable temperatures, I think telling everybody that 30 or 40 degrees is the way to do it is kind of a farce, to be honest, because you can get your hash done obviously at any different temperature. It's just what you think is the best marketable way to put out your hash. You know, that's all I want to get at is like, well, you could cook it at 90 degrees and get it into a grease if you're just going to press it into rosin anyways. It won't necessarily affect your color too much if it's fresh frozen and things like that, you know. It's just how long and how far you want to take to, like for me it takes about 20 hours. I do, depending on, once again, if it's
Same.
if it's summer and I live in Colorado, there's not a lot of moisture, ambient moisture outside or anything like that. So I like to keep it a little like more stable. So I'll dry my hash at 60 plus degrees in the harvest right, just because so when it comes out
shit.
as foam out that it's more stable. Like, you know, but in the winter when it's cold out in Colorado right now, it's snowing still. But you can get away with drying your hash a lot colder and it's staying stable for longer because of the ambient moisture and everything around you, temperature.
You don't feel like that's pulling more terps the hotter you dry it? Because
Correct.
I mean, we know that it pulls terps, freeze dryers do, period. So
Correct. Yeah. So that's what I'm getting at. It's all variable of what you think is best and what you want to give to your consumer. So for me, once again, I want the most stable resin with no moisture in it, and then to press that and refine it from there. And even so, say refining your rosin from cold cure to any type of oven tech or mechanical separation like Rackham's does, all those terpenes are going to change, you know, from all those different processes. And I know that because I do testing. I should probably post more of it, but you can see a terpene difference in all different types of terpenes, from a cold cure, from the same strain, to a oven tech, to the full melt, and everything. So once again, I think it's all good. Like as long as it's a stable product and you have a great, you know, knowledge behind it, and you're putting out something good for your end consumer or patient, all of it's all good.
You definitely freaking should post more of that testing. I know people would just jump all over the testing. They're really looking at
Yeah,
that.
because it's a lot of information. People think with the oven tech that you're burning off all your terpenes. No, they're changing. You are burning off some of them for sure. Like
but a lot of other ones are
Bubble
increasing.
Man's talked about it before with like
Your-
monoterpenes
your-
and terpenes changing. It's definitely happening.
Your 20-hour freeze dry kind of impressed me. Of course, you said you're up in 50. You said your shelf temp was?
It all depends, like I said. So that's about my average. You know, I like to keep it 40 or below, but it all depends like how often you change out your oil as well, or if you have an oilless.
My
It all
freeze dry,
depends.
my cycle almost every time is 30 hours, 30 to 32 hours.
Yeah,
Every
I like to, like, when I leave for the day, I come back the next day around like noon, you know, or something. My batch will be done.
Is there anybody
Hey,
else
Joe.
in here with? Yeah.
Would you say that the water content, the amount of water that's in your hash and in those trays, is the same every time? And is that giving you your steady, consistent 30 hours, or is it is your?
I think my final dry is what's really giving me my consistent 30 hours. My consistent 9-hour freeze usually, just to make sure shit is frozen, and then the consistent 14-hour freeze at the end, or the dry at the end, is important to me. I've just pulled some hash out before, like I said, I pulled some hash out that's got a little bit of the moisture on the bottom. You know, the pucks are still a little bit frozen together, got a little moisture content in them, and I don't ever want that to happen again. So, and I like a very high terpene content, so I leave my shelf limit at 40. I run it for a full 30 hours. You know, but is there anybody else on the panel here that has a freeze dryer that wants to go with what their settings are and stuff? Because I'd like to hear that if they do.
So I have a freeze dryer in our labs. We have 3 of them that we're using. They're all scientific harvest rights, but I've modified one with a Laboyd pump to get more precise and quicker reaction times out of the cycles. And it's really worked out. And I'd suggest, you know, there's a lot of modifications you can do to these things. Harvest rights pumps are not the best pumps, in my opinion. I think they're really slow, and I don't want to not trying to
Sorry, I'll
trash
say it.
anybody, but,
No,
I
that's
think
good.
there's
That's
much
good to
better
hear. I really
options out
didn't.
there, you know,
Kind of
and
felt
it's
like my hands
kind of
were tied.
the Lloyd is more like a bringing a machine gun to a knife fight. So it's I would say look into that company for all you guys out there. You know, the harvest rate means really well, but it just falls into black in terms of like the quality of the pump and how quickly it turns on its cycling times. So, you know, I'm doing 72-hour dry times personally, guys, because I'm trying to preserve every stitch of those terpenes. And I'm doing, I actually can't talk about how each setting is made, but what I can say is that they're long run times and it's really cold. So, you know, that's some of y'all, if we can take it offline, I'll get deep on that, but I can say it's like, you know, it's below 30, it's never going above 60. And, you know, it's long run times. So
I've
you know,
experimented with that a lot too. The long dry times at a really, really cold temp in the freeze dryer.
Yep.
Yeah, and sometimes the results are exactly the same as running the freeze dryer at my normal settings. It's all strain dependent and, you know,
Yep.
tray dependent. How thick those trays are really has a lot to do with how quick that is going to dry as well.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
So
Yeah,
you're
it's all
essentially flattening the
cultivar,
curve. You're essentially flattening the curve, right? In a sense,
if you will. Yeah.
like the process of the sublimation process, you're flattening that curve and that time that it takes to finish that process.
Exactly. That's the ideology behind it. And you know, you can all take that base knowledge and go headfirst into that with those dry times, because it's real helpful to know that you can go that long and get that quality back. It's kind of like,
Oh,
wait, am I
absolutely.
waiting too long? But you know, like was just mentioned, you know, it's from Dan and Bobby, it's all strain dependent. Everything is, you know, it's, you know, like we were talking about delimonene before, you know, it's why I don't press a lot of Jack Herrera anymore. It's just too soupy. I can't really do anything with it. You know what I mean? I love it. It's awesome for my head, but in terms of a scalable cultivar, it's a tough one to work with in terms of what we're doing.
Yeah.
So
For me, I use a medium pharmaceutical. I dry in the freezer, so I pre-dry. I don't use the sometimes I use the freeze dryer to freeze in if it's open, but most of the time I'll just have the freezer. And there's also some hardware you can get for the freezer by Coolrite, and basically you can modify like an upright freezer, and it just creates all kinds of slots for you to throw your trays in, so you can have a cycle of trays ready to just rock in the freeze dryer. That way you're not running life on your freeze dryers, you know, using it as like a, you know, a flash freezer rather than letting it focus on just straight drying. And I feel like you're just going to get more life and use out of it. But yeah, I dry anywhere from 35 to 45 usually, depending on the thickness of the hash, the strains that I'm running, depending on like, you know, what it is. If it's like a full spec, like a second spin full spec, or if it's like just some straight 90 full trays of just 90 and like one machine. So really, like, there's so many variables to like dry time and temp and stuff like that, you know, and especially dry time. Like, you know, I'll still and I'll check it throughout the cycle. Like, you know, I let it do its whole dry cycle, but once it gets up in the final dry, you know, I'll pop it open. I'll check the top. Sometimes I'll flip the bottom, see how it's going. Like if there's no ice, because usually the ice sublimates to the top, and you'll have like the ice patties towards the bottom, so you can really check once the ice is gone. And not everywhere, and you don't really want to, you know, fuck with it too much, but you know, I'll check throughout, and then basically give it a little bit more time. Once I see that it's like it looks fully dry to me, I'll give it a little bit more dry time, and that's it for me. You know, once I break it out, you know, I feel like once you pull them out the freeze dryer, you definitely want to get that that parchment paper with the hash off the trays quick, because you know you got a super cold metal that's going to condensate quickly in that ambient temperature in that whatever room you're pulling it in. And you know, obviously if you're pulling it out in your cold room, it's probably going to be fine, but you know, just to reduce condensation and things like that, get it off that freeze dryer tray. But for the most part, that's what I do.
Yeah, it's a really good point to mention, is to take the sheets off the freeze dry tray, because they will develop moisture quicker than you think, and that parchment will suck up the moisture pretty quickly. even if you are in a cold environment. So it's best to transfer it onto some clean parchment if you can pretty quickly, or put it in the jar like you were saying. Yeah.
Yeah, that paper acts as a desiccant, you know, it starts to absorb it, and then that's just going to transfer into your super dry hash.
Then you spend all that time growing the material, drying it, washing it and stuff, just to have a product that you're not happy with. And you know, that's really upsetting when you're working this hard to create these kinds of products, because it's a lot harder than it is to do the hydrocarbons. You know, it's put a lot more love and care into these things.
I take my
more
trays
manual labor in the details.
I take my trays straight from the freeze dryer right back to the chest freezer again until I'm ready to press the hash.
You're keeping that tray cold either way, but you know, once you're getting it off that tray, you know, once you're taking that tray out and you're ready to work with that hash, you want to get it off that tray so that way that
move quick.
No condensation anywhere. You know, get that tray back wherever it needs to go, throw it back in the freezer, keep them cold, wipe it down, whatever you got to do with it. You know.
Is anyone using a sieve to run their freeze dried hash through to break it up, to put it back to like a powder? And you know, what's your favorite tech to do that
every time?
Yeah, I've been doing it personally, but I just was curious to see if anybody else has been doing that.
Yeah, you know, I feel
if
like
it's going to be released,
I think that's a good method, anyways, because you know that way you're basically breaking up all the clumps. Just that, even if there was that minute amount of moisture in it, just allowing it to expose to that air, I feel like that's just going to kind of like let that evaporate quickly, because if there's any moisture at all, and it allows you to see every bit of the hash. So if there is any like little ice crystal somewhere on the bottom because you felt like you dried long enough, but you just did a fucking 400 gram fucking run in a medium freeze dryer, or you maxed out the trays, you know, so you're really like running some new shit, like it's the most you pushed, or you're doing a different sized run, you know, you still running it through that sieve is going to let you see if there's anything like ice crystals and shit like that.
I have seen some people seen some people use just 2 butter knives and just chop it up like with chopsticks, man. Just and just
To me,
break
it's
it out.
easier to put in the bags when it's either sifted or broke up into smaller chunks.
Yeah, but the
it flows through the sift like butter anyways. It's not like you're really sifting, you're just like dumping flour through it.
You could put it in a jar and shake it as well. But like you were saying, the sieve's like the last line of defense in case there is a little ice chunk or, you know, a little piece of contaminant. That sieve's like your last line of defense. So it's a good
yeah,
method.
you'll see it really fast.
It's
I use
like a line of quality control. Allows you to almost see like every bit of it in a like I use a really wide sieve, you know. I don't use like the traditional bowed sieve at the bottom, you know, like how it's just like a bowl. You know, I use a flat, big old 16-inch sieve, so I'll dump it in there over a big ass sheet of parchment paper, and you know, I'll run my hand through it and shake it up. You know, I'll lightly press on it with the glove, and then it kind of smashes everything in, shake it up, and let everything fall right through.
Some people might not know either is that if you're sieving and you have ice chunks that pop up, you can actually toss those back on your tray with parchment back in the machine and add more dry time and finish those chunks off.
Yeah, absolutely.
I definitely had to do that. I've had to do that before, for sure.
Yeah, I just feel like if that happens, it's like, oh shit, there's got to be moisture in the hash. Even though you don't see the moisture in the hash, there's an ice chunk right there, dude. There's got to be moisture in that hash, and all that hash needs to be dried.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree.
I've definitely done that where I've sieved it and found a little ice chunk and got really paranoid and put the hash, all of it, right back in the freeze dryer on some trays, you know, until the end of the day, and then sieved it again to make sure that there was no more chunks of ice in there.
I mean, in that sense, you could also just fucking sieve it up real like fine on a big ass sheet of parchment, throw it on like the bun racks, and just line it up for a couple hours. You know, it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to say from a person's perspective that's never freeze dried the resin. Like, I was confused, like why sieve something that I thought, you know, I thought it was dry, but then
Mike's doing it again.
All this stuff that I see it like a contestant in the Eagle 2019. A lot of the samples that I saw were over dried, and I think it's important to point out that come on.
Grab the headphones, bro.
Yeah.
Can't hear you.
Sorry, dude. Yeah, no, this isn't exactly for, like, I'll be honest, this isn't exactly this particular show. Hash Church, right off the bat, there's very few laymen's watching Hash Church. It's kind of the headiest of the heady tend to do this particular show. And this is a special show on techniques going into rosin that people have acquired and achieved in the course of the last however many years, 5+ years. And that's what this conversation is kind of leading us towards right now.
Absolutely. I just wanted to say people are doing that sieve tech because it's a smart way of not over drying your hash, but also making sure that it's dry enough to product out, to
gram up.
On,
So I had a question, guys. I wanted to ask it to further what I was saying with the reason I brought up the sieve is what microns is everyone mixing together? I'm personally only doing 120 and 73 right now, and then 45, 25, and then 90 is just that goes to jars. And I'm curious to see what everyone else's thoughts are on what what microns you guys are doing.
I like the 120, 90, depends. Sometimes the 150, sometimes the 70. Never the 40, never the 25. 180 is rare. Depends on the strain, depends on like the method and stuff too.
You know who smokes 40 you? Carol fucking Baskin.
Yeah, she does. All
Carol
day
smokes
to the dome.
Well, you guys.
I agree with
Sorry to interrupt.
You guys are going to think that I'm fucking Carol Baskins then, because almost every single time that I wash, I will use the 220, the 160, drop to the 45, and then the 25, and I'll always press my 45. It's always
if the material's fire, sometimes that full range of microns can be really, really good.
Yeah,
you can't deny that.
Every time you see on my
I was
page.
just talking to my homie about that yesterday, dude. There's some strains that are just gold all the way through.
Yeah,
and it might not be gold as far as like the way it's yielding, and it might not be like the melt that you want to put out, but as far as when you press it into rosin, the terpenes that are present and just the way the color when it hits the nail, it doesn't darken up, and it's just like it's still fire, dude. And I've seen 25 do that, even though that 25, like it's a totally different texture. And the way I'll judge a lot of these too is like you'll notice like if anybody like still will tap and pull shit, because I'll still like tap and pull, throw it in the jar when I'm going to try to manipulate for some type of consistency or some shit. But like the way the 40 looks, like the creaminess of it compared to like how fire like a 90, 70, a 120, the 40 looks more matte and more fucking, my boy called it yesterday, dude. It's more like cran wax. It's just like,
it looks really soft.
Yeah, it's not that great, but in some strains, even though it's like that, the terps that are there and the shit like that, it's good.
To me,
lemon peel is one of those strains.
Too. To me, when I tell people, if you're, and this is where I kind of was talking a little bit earlier, and I think it got a little misconstrued, but when I say I grow for rosin, I'm growing resin for rosin, but I'm growing for the end game is rosin. My end game isn't hash. I don't keep very much hash to smoke. It's just not what I do. If I was keeping hash for smoke, I would most certainly throw in the 120 and the 90 and the 73 to find out which one was the most preferred smoke. But I'm not in it for that. I'm in it for the rosin. I drop it all to the 45. Now, here's the other kicker. I will press the 25. I will press the 160. I mix those together. And on my page, I jokingly call that my food grade hash. And most people are like, holy, that's really food grade hash, Pedro? And it is. It really is. It just doesn't have, for the most part, the THCA content. The terpenes aren't there. It's darker. And I do, for the most part, decarb it and eat it.
Nice. Yeah, we do a lot of the same stuff over at Burnside Garden Collective. We like to package and sell anywhere from 149 down to 90U, and take the 150 and the 70 and blend those two together for a product that's not as expensive as the first pull 149 through 90. And like everyone else is saying, certain strains are going to put out some really fire micron ranges. Like sometimes the 89 through the 40 can be really fire if you're leaving that together. If you separate out the 40, you can use that for edibles, or there's lots of different things you can do with that. And certain strains like lemon peel, you can catch 219 down to 40 and you wouldn't even know it. You know, it would taste just like the 90 and the 140, and it tastes all the same. So certain strains do carry that terpene content throughout the resin all the way through. But it is fun to see which strains put out, heaviest in what microns. I've seen at our farm a lot of the stuff dumps real hard in 179 down to 90, and the 70U and the 40U and the 180 is pretty much non-existent. Very small amounts, even on 9,000 grams of material being washed, you'll only pull 5-10 grams of that, and the majority of the resin sits in the 150, the 120, the 90, all in the microns that we consider to be the best that we enjoy smoking ourselves.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's like myself. When you find those varieties, you just want to hang on to them forever. It's why I've had like 4 mainstays in my library for pretty much 2 decades at this point, and then I inch out and I try new things for a while, and then I'll start new stuff. But
it's hard to break away from those ones that do really well in the garden, in
really
the wash,
tough.
on the plates. It takes a lot of work to find those, for sure.
And then
You got to pheno hunt big time.
Yeah, and then you have to give them to other growers and expect them to grow them the same way.
Yeah, and it'll never really be the
also
same.
Really tough. Yeah, you're so true.
I've found that it's overall plant health. It's how you get the plant. You got to keep the plant health really high, because the resin is going to derives from the plant health. So how you get it there, you just want to keep the plant health as high as possible. So when you go to process that and turn it into hash or full melt, or if you're going to press it into rosin, that you can achieve the highest quality the whole time. You got to handle everything correctly, from the flower when you're harvesting it, to when you're washing the material, to how long you're washing it, the environment, how you're drying it. There's humongous amounts of variables and small things that go into doing all those that everyone does differently. And, we're all achieving very similar but very different resins, even from the same strains, because everyone's room, their environment, their techniques, they're all different. So being able to share those things with everyone on a large scale is pretty cool, because everyone you get a little bit better at what they're doing and develop a little bit more.
So, absolutely, man.
Yeah.
Well said.
Pedro, we grow strictly for rosin.
So we're pretty much probably the only ones here in the oddballs out. So we grow strictly for rosin. We grow outdoor sun-grown, non-greenhouse. We dry cure 95% of our harvest to, almost bone dry, and then bin cure it. And then we actually do primarily all blends, and we'll blend first through third wash together, generally for most cases. And we individually collect all use of the bags, check each one, but then, we're
Mix
doing
them
a
back
45 to a 159 primarily.
Depending on the actual strains, and we'll mix them back together so that way you're getting different strains and different use all together, so you're getting a very nice variety of everything at once.
And it's creating a nice even experience for our clients and for ourselves, and that's kind of what we're going for, is we want that nice full experience. So we're not necessarily
right now
Not
we've got like
necessarily.
36
Yeah.
different ones, so we kind of cherry pick what we want to mix together and see what works. We're doing, I think, 20 new ones this year.
You have certain types that you go back to that you find because you're sun grown here in Maine and not with cover over. You obviously must have some that are successful.
We stay away from long running sativas since we're doing sun grown, which is the downside, but that's one of the only things. And the other big thing that we stay away from is just things that'll promote bud rot, and two things that grow too giant size of nugs that will promote mold, because we have a high humidity, low temperature here, so
And it
we're
gets
fighting
cold.
that.
Are you obviously going for are you going for terp forward? Because part of the conversation back to Bobby was talking about the quality of the cultivar and the cultivation. So I totally agree with that. And when you're sun grown, no cover, not indoors, you're exposed.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys finding that you're following a certain pathway for not just the cultivar in terms of production for resin, but more for the terpene profile?
Not necessarily. We're going for a broad spectrum. So I'm not necessarily of the fan of I want every terpene off the plant. I'm in the solventless mind camp of there's a bunch of volatile terpenes and the cannabis and the hash and the flower and the rosin that, some of these things we're going to find out down the road may or may not cause problems to us, because terpenes by themselves are not necessarily meant for us.
So, So, we're a fan of a nice high-end THC content. We want some CBDs
nice
in
blend
there. And then, we want a blend of terpenes. We don't want just 1 or 2 terpenes. I want to see, 3, 4 terpenes, 7 terpenes. So we'll blend 2 or 3 different strains together to make our rosin. So we're getting a nice complex profile that we're going for, because, it's all about that experience. And then we want something that's uplifting, and then, it's going to carry you for a nice little while. But, we're not necessarily concerned about the genetics, because the environment's our big thing that we're fighting here. And I think, if with an indoor grow becomes a way different beast, because like you're creating a similar environment in the same place. But if you're talking about growing plants, growing here versus Colorado will never produce the same plant, because geographically, GPS, we're at a different elevation, a different moisture content, and literally a different place on the globe. And the environment that the plant's exposed to here will be different. And those stressors and those factors will create different terp profiles every year that some people will miss out on, because they're not, battling those elements at the same time.
Like we'll get different colors and deeper, darker purples. And
gets into the terroir, and you see lavender, for instance, produces incredibly in this one region. I believe it's in France, and maybe Germany has the second one, but it just seems to create a terpene profile based on that terroir that is unique and special and recognized by the rest of the world. And cannabis will be no different. It'll be very interesting to find what cultivars shine where, under which conditions, how it's being grown. All of these different things are, what give us the outcome.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's similar to growing wine or tobacco in a lot of essences, and agriculture, because that's what it all starts at, is the farming. So whatever creates that is going to start driving some different things up in regions, especially if you're talking about outdoor greenhouse primarily. At some point, hopefully we'll start getting data, because you're collecting it as well as a couple other people. We'll know different cultivars do better in certain regions and exposed to different environments, whereas the indoor guys can kind of run whatever they want. But the outdoor and the greenhouse guys can start getting some unique things once we get some more of this data logged and understand what grows in the regions.
Check out Kushkirk. He's a big, check out Kushkirk down in Southern Oregon. He's a big breeder, and he does everything in hoop houses. He does a lot of stuff in the open fields. He doesn't cover them up. And some of the resin that he produces from that farm is so unique. Some of the most flavorful resin you'll ever try in your life. And not only that, it's some of the meltiest resin I've ever seen personally. And he's a good example of someone doing a really good job of using, the natural elements to grow very high quality resin that's not lacking in quality. He's all about finding the best genetics, the best plants that are going to work in his environment that he can breed to create really superior hash strains to share with everyone else.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's amazing.
go ahead, bud.
I was going to say on the East Coast, just to kind of dovetail off what they were talking about, because I've spent my majority of my time bouncing between the two coasts, but I'm very much from the East Coast and grown a lot here. We've such a different environment, and the same cultivars that are grown in Southern Oregon or even Northern Cali and in areas like that just don't respond the same way as they do out here. We have blue or light, so our cannabinoid profiles are going to be different. Our terpene profiles are much different, so the light spectrum is much different out here. And those plants grow not totally differently, but they express traits in a very different manner. And finding the ones that really truly work through the whole season, all the way to like a really cold, end of the October, into November is really a tall order, man. It's really hard for us. So it's,
snow,
I commend Brian over there. Yeah, you know what I mean? You guys can't, you're so far north that you can't even hit October 31st.
We got a foot of snow a few days ago.
Yeah,
we have a foot of snow outside, so we can't even go out until like May. And then we got our first frost, I want to say September 28th last year.
Yeah. Upstate New York is like
everything's outside.
Yeah,
Colin.
so it's, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Colin, I have grown plants on both coasts that I've bred on both coasts. I could name a couple types, like the strawberry angel food that I have.
Yep.
Was bred in Southern Humboldt, actually, 15 miles on the east side of Southern Humboldt, near Garberville. And I've also repeated that type out here, where the seeds were bred out there and then launched out here, propagated 3 years ago. And it's one of the shiniest, beautiful, healthy, vigorous types. It's resistant. It did like it made a pathway from where it was good out there to here as a really sativa poly hybrid. And
Awesome.
I have several types that have done that actually I think a lot of it's where Kush Kirk is open field pollination or sun grown breeding primarily or only. It's that I believe that with breeding, it's taking on a lot of the elements, and it's also resisting naturally where, like Skunk Man Sam brought up even last week, how those types will show you, but they're far and few between. And instead of where we're following the name and the terp so much, and a lot of indoor breeding and a lot of indoor focus, it's actually not the plant speaking truly in its natural setting and then breeding through those into the next generation, which can naturally resist those elements and then still be healthy, vigorous, resin producing, and then terp profile on top of it is the new kicker. So that's a lot of boxes to check, but that's why those special types are special.
Yeah, and the acclimation aspect too of the plants themselves, and some varieties are going to acclimate much quicker than others as well, which is a whole variable on itself. You know, that's
agreed. Yeah.
You know, so that's really cool.
Yes.
So what do you? So I was going to say, Rackham's brought up bag types and what everyone's kind of leaning towards in terms of pressing. Is there anyone that's wants to share any info on things that they're using in terms of parchments or bags?
I get all my screens through the Hash Depot. Good friend of mine out here in Portland. Yeah, he makes rosin screens in many different sizes, custom sizes.
I've been seeing that everywhere.
Yeah, he's a good friend, man. He's a great guy. He's a good dude to support. And his screens, I love him. He gets them to me sometimes overnight when I need them. So
yeah, I'm gonna have to try those ones out. I use the rosin evolution. I usually use like the 25. I've been experimenting with like the 15 micron and stuff like that.
I was gonna ask about micron sizes, what you guys like, because I
love the 15.
You like the 15? Because I like the 25. I see a lot of like 37 and stuff. So 15, eh? Curious, guys. Yeah, I was curious about the screen size.
Yeah, 25 over here, 37.
Yeah, it depends, like anywhere from 35 down to 15, but mostly like 25 double wrapped. I usually I'll double bag everything.
Yeah,
if I'm doing like mechanical separation, I like to triple bag, and I'll usually I'll start from low to high.
Why triple bag with mechanical separation for this?
I don't know. It's just something I like. I really like the fact of like that third layer. I like to just rip everything off so that way, like any dust matter that's hit it or anything that's stuck to that. Now I got 2 clean bags.
Makes sense because you're
not
not
washing it. I feel like that second bag is more of a catch of like it really depends on the process. You know, it's like a lot of timing and change of pressure and temperature, and it really depends on how slow you do the process and how you ramp up the temperature and the pressure and sometimes like certain strains, it's a really big learning process because strains are really different. And I feel like that second bag is like the secondary catch for anything that makes it through. Because even though it's on low temp, when you're applying pressure with temperature and terpenes, I feel like terpenes and THC, the terpenes act as a solvent very much at that point because, that's where the THCA, starts to push through. But so that's where you got to really watch like temperature and pressure. But I feel like that second bag pretty much is going to catch what falls through there. It's not going to make it down to the third bag. And so, I'll basically just rip off that third bag as like a protective bag, any kind of like dust. If anything happens to it, if I set it, anything period, regardless, like it's mostly for dust. So like I'll pull that shit off. Like anything out of the air. I just like it to be as clean as possible. It's more in the head probably. You could probably be just fine with 2 or even 1, but I just feel like
I like the 3. I'm all listening to you. I'm like
I do too, man.
3 times clean, right? Whatever. I do the same thing when I'm moving.
Refinement, dude.
I do it 3 times over. Like to take that down that extra half.
I like the idea behind it.
Yeah, you want that epic.
No
right?
blowouts, nothing.
I use rosin.
25 microns.
Exactly, and that's another thing too is like reinforcement in that screen because you're really applying. It's like crushing a rock, dude. Once you start to get the fucking terpenes out of there, it starts to become a real solid like form in there. You've got a THCA patty, and now you're applying pressure to that. So you need that, like, when you're starting to get onto like the wicking process or like certain different processes of it, you start to apply a shitload of pressure.
Yeah, man, I don't single bag anything anymore. I haven't done that in years. I mean, I try it every so often. I'm like, oh, maybe I could do this 30-gram patty without double bagging it, and it always just starts to bubble out, and I'll stop the press immediately and then wrap it up. You know, it's just, it always teaches me not to do it, you know.
I use a wrap for my THCA, and I like to use a 5-micron wrap. Sometimes I'll double bag it, you know, but the 5-micron really helps, I think, keep the THC in the wrap, and the terps, it keeps really, you know, really runny like you like it, you know, low viscosity. So it's helped a lot with that.
You got to figure just the 5-micron wrap, or have you
the 5-micron.
Have you been putting this over it, or just the 5?
I could do it with just the 5, but to keep that perfect little shape, like you were saying, you're putting a lot of pressure on it, like Soil Grown was saying. So I wrap, you know, the 25 over it usually. But I've done it with just the 5-micron wrap as well, a nice clean separation. And I've been separating like 150.
Using the stainless steel 5-micron?
No, just 100. Just the nylon sheets. They're 12 by 12. Yeah.
Nice.
So I use Rosin Evolution wash bags and hash bags, and then I use a 55-pound parchment from Black Label. Yep. And but I get it all from Rosin Evolution, and I used to press the 37, and then I started doing a double 37 inside a 160, and then I've just kind of finally ended up landing on a double 25 inside of a 160. The 225s act as my filtration, and the 160 acts as my strength. You know, I've landed on that after so long. I hate blowouts. If anybody's ever watched me live and had a blowout, sometimes I'll just end the stream. I start swearing. I'm not a happy camper when it happens. So I've just given up on it, and I just double bag 25, then inside a 160 every single time.
That's cool.
One thing I can help say to avoid blowouts is like the heat soak. I don't know if anyone else is like really giving a good little small heat soak before they squish, but when you get your pouch in there, give yourself a little heat soak. And when you start seeing the rosin come out,
always just
I've always explained it to everybody, and it's a really good analogy, and everybody's really grasped onto it, is when we're pressing rosin, well, with hash and with flour, but when we're pressing rosin, you have to think of the trichome heads as little beach balls, right? And they all have a little bit of different oil inside them. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to exert pressure and heat, and we're trying to melt the oil and press the oil out of the bags. We're not trying to go super fast, super quick and press that hash out of the bag. That's counterintuitive. Slow and low. Get the oil and melt it from inside those glandular heads and press the oil out that was inside those heads.
So my problem is if I don't double bag and the heads are too good, I just get slipped bags, man. It's like a slip and slide. The thing wants to slide out.
I haven't had that for a while, but I do remember that. Yeah.
Well, that's like for with like grease and stuff. When you're pressing like 6-star, 5.5 star, 5-star, whatever.
Yeah.
Like the bags want to do that, but you know what? Like that's where like Bobby was saying with the heat soak. You know, like what I was having problems with that on the Go Pure Pressure on the long speak, but you know, then I started really like dialing in the machine, and like, you know, you can almost stop the plates. So I'll bring them down like as slow as they can, and they'll sit there on that 6-star. So that way you have to almost let it leak out itself before you can really
you start
pressure.
doing
Otherwise,
it.
It's not
Right
gonna
on.
grab it.
That's our problem.
Right on.
Yeah, it's
the better
exactly
the
how I do
material,
it.
the more it's going to want to slip too. So
It's
a good thing.
So much.
Yeah,
it's a tough thing to deal.
Good, but it's
Could have,
horrible.
it could have worse problems.
You're like,
Oh, cool problem.
When I'm pressing my 6-star too, I like to pre-grease the patties and not just put it as beach sand in the pouch and then do a directional fold. I like to pre-grease the patties to where it's like a pretty stable, you know, sheet that almost looks exactly like the pouch it's going into. And then I'll just fold it in half.
I used to be a huge fan of using the pre-press. I mean, I used to
do it by hand,
I do it by hand. I don't like the pre-press.
Yeah, by hand.
I do it by hand as well.
But
it feels cool too. It feels good.
It's beautiful.
It's just not productive.
No.
Pre-press is for
You're right,
material
Bill.
that's
I
not
agree.
good. You know, that doesn't just finger press like the
Right.
good stuff that we're pressing. We don't
When you
need
start
to pre-press.
When it's 6-star, you don't need all that.
And when you start putting 6-star and higher melting hash, pre-press, it'll actually start melting in the pre-press just from the pressure. So you really have to.
So that's-
So
that's
I've
my
I've
problem, man. I'll put it on there and it'll just like, I can't even get my fingers off it. It's like, just wants to.
So back to my.
It's so tough, man.
Back to the explanation I just said, I've gotten away from doing the pre-press and everything. I was losing a lot of material on the inside of the pre-press. It was just an extra step. It was time.
Yeah.
It was blah, blah, blah. So I just started scooping it directly into the bags. And again, low and slow. You're letting the press. I don't want to do it with my hands because that just seems like caveman style. I'm putting it in the press and I'm letting the press melt the heads, and then I'm pressing the oil out, from there. So
Well, at
I
the
just
same
do it all in
time,
one.
when you don't pre-press, like the pre-press, whether it's with the puck or the puck maker or by hand, I think the pre-press allows the hash to kind of fill those pockets. So that way, you kind of have a consistent size when you put it in the press. So that way, a lot of times too, especially if you're pressing like, 5-star and above, like some super grease, if you're just putting a glob in there and throwing it in there, 9 out of 10 times it's going to work its way off the blocks. Yep. And you're going to have to flatten it out. So like the goal is to get it as even in every pocket and every corner and press that out real slow, let it kind of like just soak on the heat, work its way, and then bring those blocks down slow. Cause every type of rosin has its own challenges. When you're working with like, more of like a full spectrum, like where there's a lot more plant particulate and everything's kind of just a mass, you got your 150 all the way down to your 40, you have more plant mass for it to create a shape, not want to slide off. Your blocks are able to stick to it. And then now you get into more of the challenge of like, how much pressure can I apply where I before I start pulling out undesirable oil where, this is my head and then this is my tail. Like, if I press every bit of the oil out right now, I'm going to have one decent good oil, but at the same time, I can improve and refine by separating, not applying so much pressure, leaving that last, let's just say out of that bag, whatever you press, you pulled 10 grams of rosin out. Well, rather than pulling 10 grams out, you leave that tail end, which is probably only like a gram. So, you're leaving a minute amount just to improve the quality of your rosin tremendously. So, there's different challenges from the 6-star all the way down to the full spectrums and shit like that. It's just, it's learning how to use your equipment, whether those blocks are going down too fast or whether it's like, okay, I can't be using a pneumatic press. I need to shift over to a hand press and I really need to guide it down. Like there's people pressing at 90 degrees, 120 degrees. They need blocks that they have full control with. It can't be pneumatics. They need to be doing hand press or something that they can really gauge and dial down for a long period of time. So we all have our different ways of getting there. They're very unique, very cool, very similar qualities, but I think it really comes down to techniques and equipment.
Yeah, it's all different for sure.
No, I agree.
With the weed too. You need to have good resin.
Yeah, your resin as well.
True.
That's the number one,
But
man. That's the number one.
Soil Grown, you brought up a really good point. The head and the tail end aspect really isn't talked about much within the rosin conversation. I'm glad you brought that up because it's something, in my lab we talk about a lot, and it's, that's the differentiation between, in our opinion, phenomenal and really good, and it's, you, like you're saying, you can't inch it into that phenomenal area. You just have to pay attention and be okay with like not getting everything or separating that, you know, and understanding that there isn't real loss. It's more about redirecting it to other areas,
I mean,
so.
it's like, what do you start to consider a loss? Because like if you press out all the oil and then you throw your bags away, there's a loss right there because essentially that can be turned into something else. It's just at what point do you look at something as a loss? Like just look at it as something that can build up and become useful towards something else, and keep your rosin something that's going to be extremely desirable. Because if you smoke it without that tail end and you feel in your heart that it's like, man, this is so good, it's so much better than if I just add this in, but you're looking at this as dollars, then that's where you're going to lose. You're going to, you're stepping over you're stepping over dollars to pick up pennies. So it's just really about, you know, what do
You're
you want?
sacrificing
What do you want your product to be?
You're sacrificing that minute amount of tail end yield for the end quality.
Yeah, you're keeping your quality high.
I've always said that the reason we're doing this is because we want to smoke the best of the best. That's why we're separating this, you know. So it kind of comes down to time, temperatures, pressures, you know, and then like everybody was just hinting at, not wasting the product. So, you know, I'll only press, you know, to exert or to extract, what I want to smoke. All of my hash little pucks and stuff get set aside, and the wife usually processes that with ethanol, or we use Everclear, down into RSO or something. So we don't have a hell of a lot of waste. We try to use it all. But if I'm going to leave a gram of rosin in a bag because I want to only extract the good, I'll get that gram out later. I'll eat it later. I will enjoy it medicinally one way or another.
Right.
Yeah. And what Soilgram was saying is like, yeah, you're right, man. That's where you got to make that decision, man. And you're stepping over everything to pick up what for
another $60 or something. Yeah.
A fraction of what you could. From a company, it's a premium product, man. Let's face it.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I look at it on the aspect of like when it first it starts with the water hash, you know, if we're talking about hash rosin, you know, because like, you know, the 40 micron can be good, but most of the times if you really just separate it, you know, isolate those microns and look and see how much weight there is of each micron, you're really not losing much by separating that 40 micron.
Yeah, you're really not at all.
No, man.
The 25, if you're doing a really good job on your refinement process and your agitation and doing things properly, material is handled properly, you get minimal 25, depending on the material. When you're working with dry, trim, things like that, there tends to be more. But from my experience, and I'm used to working with indoor fresh frozen, you know, I get very minimal 25, very minimal 40. And for the most part, there's usually not that much 70. So, you know, most
it's funny you say that. We're separating at Happy Valley. We're separating every single micron, and I'm still just not letting go of like my old school method of like I gotta know what's in every micron. And it's funny you say that because like every variety, Rosetta Stone will give me a lot of 45, 25. C99 gives me barely anything in terms of 45, 25, but it's all in the 90 and the 120 and the 70. You know, 73. I mean, so it's, you know, it's like we're saying, we're going back to the variable of the cultivar, but it's, for me, the 45 and the 25, and the reason I brought it up earlier was because I think that, like you're insinuating, is there's a place for all of these micron sizes in the lineup of the quiver. You know, like you can offer the head what they want, and also 45 and 25 can be good for THCA. It's got a lot of, you know, cake batter in there, man. You could actually throw a little of that in there and allow stuff to cake back up, and you know, you're not hurting the overall material. You know, you're blending, you know what I mean, if you will. So I just think it's important for everyone to think about the micron sizes as tools that all can be blended in ways as any chef would.
Yeah, absolutely.
We take all our 219 down to the 180, and then the 89 down to 40, and save that all for edibles. And everything else is either full melt or it's rosin grade, you know, or both. You know, just everything else is separated for edible quality.
Not necessarily just edibles, because I mean, the terpene fraction may not be that great from the 40 and the 25, but the THCA fraction that can come from it can be incredible. It really can once it's cleaned up. And when you're talking about the 180, 150, like first through third spin or first through second, depending on how it degrades, sometimes those can be fire. So the rosin that comes off of them are good. Or they can be great. You know,
it's all strain dependent.
It's definitely strain dependent, you know, but it doesn't necessarily have to go to just edibles. It can still be used in the refinement of rosin, you know, mechanical.
No, I just say in our situation where we are in Oregon, we can't. Our option is either do rosin or do edibles or do full melt. So we're just trying to provide another option out there.
Keep your rosin as quality as possible and put everything else towards
edible.
No waste.
So
100%,
man. I like that.
The micron sizes. that people aren't talking about is you only experience that partly when we start discussing the difference between fresh frozen and dry, because when we're talking about fresh frozen, you guys are still having swollen heads because there's still moisture left in those heads. So when you get something down to a bone dry and a nice full dry, you're going to get more of a separation of all those trichome heads. And sure, you're going to have a couple that are going to shrink down a little bit more than you might want, but you're going to get a better profile of what actually each layer is. Because when it's fresh frozen, you still have the moisture content in each layer of the head, so you're going to have swollen heads in some of those areas that might not even be that full melt. And that's what some people are experiencing these days when they're saying, oh, I got 6-star, but it's really not.
We call that faux melt.
Yeah, foam out.
You run fresh
Luke
frozen, you definitely use a microplane, shred those heads up, get that little bit of oil on the outside. So when a flame gets there, you can be like, look, it's melting. It's not.
The heads after they're separated are very similar to the heads like when they're on the plant. You don't really want to touch them too much. You don't want to disturb them too much. It just, it starts the degradation process on them at that point. So leaving your resin as untouched as possible is best,
I would agree. I look at it like grapes as a wine, someone stepping on grapes to make wine or something. You don't want to damage those grapes before you go and you squish your grapes, it's
You
Right.
bruise them, they start to mature and oxidize quick.
To make a vintage wine, you don't have a controlled condition. So like a vintage grower doesn't have an indoor grow. They grow outside without a tarp, because what they're looking for is the grapes that survive. You're looking for grapes that have survived a drought or heavy storms, and it kind of
hopefully genetics will get there in 100 years.
Right.
But that's where that
Balance
terpene
of-
profile comes
of-
from, is that stress.
Yep.
And that's where it's it's going to be expressed more.
Sure. Yeah, I come from the traditional like air dry method. I never even had any of this stuff coming up. Like there was no tutorials. There was like weird forums and chat rooms you could go in, and most of them were cultivators and not even hash makers. Marcus was one of the first people I met that I could talk to, and he had so much knowledge because of Sam and all the people that he was working with. So it was it's amazing to see all of this.
Flesh up the
Well, it's
hash
amazing.
elders.
Yeah, the hash elders.
Stuntman
What's
Sam,
amazing-
Rob Clark. Much thanks.
Yeah, Rob, and I guess what I'm saying is that there's no wrong way to do this, and there's a lot of technique, and there's a lot of passion behind all these ways to get there, and it's really there's a lot of different textures and different profiles that you can get, and there's really no wrong way. There's just several ways.
That's the greatest thing, is it's everybody can like a different thing, and we can all try and appreciate the different things because it's all from the same thing. It's just like I like blue shirts and you like red shirts. Like,
yeah,
doesn't mean our shirts are wrong.
Yep. Yeah, my analogies are from music because that's my background, but it's
no, I thought that was
very
great.
it's very much like music to me. Like all the things come together like harmonics, and then the instrumentation behind it, and the type of strings you use on the guitar is just like it's just it goes and goes and goes for me. So I think hearing everyone's technique, like watching Brian up in Maine doing his thing, it's really inspiring because he's taking these methods that I've known for years and really modernizing them in a way that's inspiring. It's so major hats off to you up there at Best Friend Farms. It's awesome. I'm particularly using freeze dryers these days, but I still air dry at home. I'm still making hash at home on the weekends.
I think it's cool to go back to the conversation with that too, where it is actually market dependent, where we're talking about the final form or the cured form of the resin, where we're trying to isolate that beautiful form and keep it as pristine as we can. There's also the idea that it's going to hit different dispensaries. It's going to hit middlemen in between, brokers. It's going to sit on the shelf or go quick. It will sit on people's table that don't smoke as quick as we do. So with that being in mind, I think reducing the final form of a resin where I actually will do the long 2-week air dry, but then also room temp. I really go like room temp up to a couple weeks even after to see the stable form. And I call it whipping, but it's really just homogenizing. So I'll do a cool whip on my bubble cream, for instance. I'll do the cool whip, I call it, and then I'll have it be grainy and harder then, but it's really strain dependent for real first off. And then it goes to a room temp where I'll whip it again and let it settle after that to homogenize and let it reach its final state before it's going to change too much when it reaches the consumer or the patient.
Yeah.
So
that's great. That's, you know, not many people are doing that, you know, Brian. That's important though, because you're getting inside the head of the end user, which is always the goal. You know,
easier by small batch, and we're definitely I'm paying a lot of attention to the sterile environment and how to produce that. And I picked some of that up from the Emerald Cup back in California, honestly, from like a fail out for microbacterial, you know, which I had no clue of back then. And it's turned up my game where I just asked around on grassroots level and came up with answers such as poly sealed hermetic, you know, drying environment to start with, you know. But clean cultivar, organic practices, clean cultivar, organic practices, as we're all seeking resins, we're also seeking the terpene profile almost more so. So these loud strains, excuse me, that everyone's after, you know, when we're organically farming the resins, they're speaking that real true nature, also strain dependent very much, but then the cultivation technique after produces the firest bubble or rosin, obviously, back to regenerative, where you're going to actually be farming for terps, not just specific terp profile, but how to produce those terps under that profile, also to let them speak the loudest.
Yeah, man, that's well said. It's awesome. That's so true. So with that said, what are you guys getting ready to plant for hash making this season? Is there anything going into the ground that you guys are really excited about on the right coast?
Strawberry Angela. Ooh, Strawberry Angela over here.
Probably gonna run some papaya this year.
Nice.
I honestly think people think I'm nuts, but I think I'm just going to stick with what I know and what I've grown outdoors and what produces very well for me here and what I enjoy extremely well. And that's my Critical Kush. So I'll probably just throw that in the ground, throw 5 or 6 of them outside so we stay underneath the numbers. And yeah, it produces very well. And I went through throwing different stuff outside before. And when I do now, it'll be the one plant or something. Because I've just had plants that do extremely well indoors, and then outside it's horrible, falls on its face. So I unfortunately, sometimes I don't like to fail in those instances when it comes to having my medicine. So sometimes I stick with what I know.
Maybe that's when you can learn from another person's errors, someone in the same terroir, someone nearby.
Gelato S1 and Forbidden Skittles did very well for us last year, and we're doing them again this year. They're very resinous.
Nice.
I'm gonna grow some OG outside for hash making. That's not a common thing either.
We did Iranian OG last year. That was
nice.
Not good for us here. It flipped way too early and got really, really big, really fast, and then it was like really hot. And not again.
It's so rare to find a good OG that does well for like solventless.
Oh yeah, it's insane. It's hard. I got some Dying Breed here. I'm gonna give a go. Some Diesel Dog here.
Shout out Massive. Shiloh Massive.
That's some OG right there. Some Triple X OG.
Triple X OG. Nice. That looks proper.
Is
it show and tell again?
This is some flower rosin actually. Yeah, this was separated. This is the same press.
Dab time again?
We separated it.
I was gonna ask about your press there. What is that thing on the market now?
It is. We released it at FJ BizCon this last year. This was the second portion. So because the oil collects to the center, we're able to move the parchment paper as the oil separates. So I hear everybody talking really about washing sieve and washing hash to clean it to separate the microns. A late discovery after inventing this for scalability, we had oil control. And because we had oil control, I noticed the different melting phases of oil because I was able to move the catching area and separate the kind of qualities, kind of, in my eyes, pressing with flower rosin separates it or cleans it in a different form. So it's pretty interesting how when all the rosin flows off of the parchment paper, how it kind of trails behind each other as far as melting points. But with it coming straight off of the bag, off of the parchment paper complete, we're able to separate the different quality and phases, and it's something new. I don't know.
Yeah, so you can watch the head and the tail as it starts to come out.
Exactly. And you could actually that's why I'm seeing like 28% returns on some flour on this triple XOG one. The last harvest, not this harvest, was 24%, but because the grow always matters, right? But we're able to essentially press it all and separate the good quality yellow stuff from the darker stuff all in one press, extracting everything, but still separating the two for production purposes, you know.
That's nice.
As a facility,
That's
as a corporation, you know, you want to be able to get everything. Every penny matters. So leaving any oil in there, especially for another process, is time for the processor to put it back under the plates and press it again. So I wanted to, you know, definitely have a process that had adequate pounds per square inch that could extract everything. And then again, a late discovery after the invention was, oh shit, this is yellow, light yellow. Oh, now there's a drop of dark, like it always trails on two flat plates. That I pulled it and I saw the dark separate from the light. And there's a video on YouTube under Access Rosin that shows the first time I used the prototype of this one that did that. And it was the Seed Junkies Cushmint that we pressed indoor. And the guy, it was trim. He stored it cold. And so I was really curious about what crumble came out first versus the dark, saucy terpene stuff in the back. I didn't know the terminology between the two in the beginning. So I was like, I know, you know, the BHO process as far as understanding that you have to winterize the lipids and fats to extract it. And rosin, we're kind of doing like a reverse engineering of that by liquefying the terpenes and oozing them off, holding back the lipids and fats and THCAs. That I'm just kind of playing with the melting points as far as production wise, looking at it in a scalable form for facilities to again extract everything in a shorter process. And if I could dial that down from pressing flour rosin straight to rosin without any cleaning process, and doing the cleaning process during the press is something I've just recently been able to replicate consistent with 2 harvests at 2 different time frames and get the same exact results.
What's the cultivar behind you? Just like dumping. I mean, it's not a squish; it's a dump. It's like that shit's falling behind you.
Well, that's just because the capacity. So I was all about scalability, and so I try to create what is the most comfortable throughput capacity per press that a press could withhold. And so I kind of sat at a 1/4 pound, 4 bags at 28 grams per bag. And so that the video on the green screen back there is a video I'm working on production and Premiere right now to showcase this entire process I'm talking about. It's just that
4 bags of what? 28 grams of what?
That was the triple XOG.
Flour.
I grew it. Flour.
Are you dealing
flour.
with hash at all? Have you tested
I've
any
done
hash
it. Yeah. There's some videos on my YouTube. Shout out Cali Kosher up NorCal. I'm in SoCal. I drove up there. They committed. Again, it's hard to commit 200 grams of hash right into a brand new press, but essentially, I had to show them that it works the same. It's 2 heated plates in a controlled manner with the bag at the edge of the inside of the plate where they all collaborate and collect together. So it just multiplies how much you could do and control the oil into a collection form. And so it hash or flour, it really, it's all a press turning it in. It's really genetic, and all the variables you guys have been speaking about with what you put in is what you get out is the ultimate rule of thumb for rosin. And, you know, again, the press is just the equipment that just is trying to make it easier for the throughput capacity of large scale production in both flour and hash. Again, at 200 grams per press, the problem I'm running into is the scalability of ice water. But now with Wizard Tech and everybody coming out with huge production ice water machine, Goldilocks being the producer of one of those machines, I mean, we're seeing some mass amounts of hash that could probably keep up with the throughput capacity of pressing it, collecting it, and actually separating the melting points of the rosin and creating different products.
Cool. What were your size presses?
That's really cool, bro. Right now we use we have a couple different Sasquatches that I use right now. It's we got a couple M1, the new M1 presses that they have out.
So what's the amount of hash you'd put in there to?
We do smaller presses, to be honest. We do smaller presses at a little bit higher temps, quick presses, and that's what I find to be the best overall thing.
If it gets off of the plates, it's good. Higher temps is not a bad thing as long as it gets off of those plates. And
yeah, I mean, we've done everything over the years. I would say I like these. We kind of just have a process of. I have noticed a difference in yield over time is like going up in bag size, and like that's what I was going to ask everybody is like what weight is everybody putting in their bags and pressing per press?
We have it at
I'll do
ratio.
14 in a bag, and I'll do 2 bags.
What size
so
bag?
28 grams.
Okay. What size bag?
It's like a 2 by. I mean, the amount of bag that I use, it's probably after I fold it, it's probably like 2 by 4 maybe.
Micron size?
I'll either do 10 grams in a 2x3, and by the time I fold it over, it's usually about a 2x2.
I'll do 25 micron.
Or I'll do 20 grams in a 2x4.5, which ends up being about a 2x4.
I like
Same.
using a 25 3x8 and putting like 14 to 20 grams in it.
See that we go by square inch. This is a 20 inches squared. Even though it's a trapezoid shape, we measure it by square inch, and then we just calculate how much volume. Like for flour, we get a little over like 130% per bag.
We do the.
So what's your yield back on that solar ground? I'm doing 30 gram presses right now, and I've this past year I've just been all over the place, but I'm seeing a lot of good success at 30 grams at above 70% return.
Yeah, I'll get so what I look at is okay. So I have a basically with like the 6-star, I need to get at least 90 to like 92% back. So with 28 grams and 2 14-gram pouches, I can get 90 to whatever I need to. I hit that. I'll hit at least 90% back. And like when it comes to full spec, things like that, like the full spec first, like, not necessarily full spec. What I call full spec, would be like the 70, 90, 120, sometimes the 150. But usually on that, I look to get back anywhere from 84 to like 87% back,
You say 214 bags. Do you do the 214 in one bag after you bag them, or are you putting them side by side on your press?
Yeah, side by side on the press, and it's got a little gap in between it. So I feel like, if I'm gonna put, okay, so I feel like with this, what it does is it reduces the amount of mass and like how far the center mass is from the exit.
Pressure. Yeah.
Yeah. So now I have 2 bags,
and it's even.
Which, they can get out from the center quicker. It doesn't have to travel through so much mass, and that's just kind of like it's all theory in the head. But
are you still using the Longs Peak?
Yeah, I use the Longs Peak.
That's
And you guys are hitting. What temperatures are you guys there at? You guys are at 180. You guys are at 190. Like what's with that type of return? That seems like a higher temperature, right?
Yeah, I press hot, dude. I press like anywhere from 210 to like what people call
real fast.
Yeah, I press hot too.
I press one
I press
hot.
hot
So I'm
like 210, dude. I'll press
like warmer temperatures too.
Minute long.
Everybody knows it.
210's like on the low end. I'd say 210, 215, 225.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. I'll max out at like 230, but it depends on the strain. You know what I mean? There's super stable strains. They react differently. I like to get it off the block in about 45 to 60 seconds. I don't like to go over 60 seconds. And I really don't like to really go much over about 1,500 pounds of force. So, or however you want to convert that. Luckily with the go peer pressure, I'm able to like monitor all that shit.
Yep.
I like keeping it low too.
Yeah.
I'll do
Yeah,
it.
low pressure.
I mean, I got strains that we won't have to go above 500 on. You know, like they'll just be dumping any of that 6-star. I mean, it just dumps out
Yeah,
at
and as you know, the
500.
6-star for sure.
Yeah. Oh, it's just dumping, pouring
But when you're
out.
getting into like the fucking second, third wash, you know, like the mixed micron shit, you have to apply more pressure because now you have more mass.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
melts. The no melts.
That's why I think it's cool. That's why I think the press like that pure pressure, the M1s from Sasquatch, it's cool because you can just dial it all in. We press all of our microns, everything separately. We don't mix anything in the press.
Oh, that's
Everything's
cool.
pressed. Yeah, we judge
I
everything
like that.
pre-press, and then because we just have a lot of every micron, so it's
We have
like
enough
might as well
capacity.
just separate all the microns.
Yeah,
and
that's
then go
what
from
we do
there.
too.
So you're always.
You know,
mean,
I
even
love
if
to
you-
mix. I love to mix strains too, like when it comes to rosin and stuff. But I know one thing I'm like really big about not doing is when it comes to washing them. I won't wash, like, let's say I want to do like fucking a three blend, like this strain, that strain, that strain. I don't want to wash them together until I know what each isolated micron does. You know what I mean? So like if I know like, okay, this strain dumps in the 90, this strain doesn't dump in the 90 and it puts a lot in the 70, or it's putting more in here, which is telling you where the quality on that strain is lying. You know,
Right.
Then you start to mix like the degraded parts of other strains with quality parts of other strains. So I feel like washing everything separated until you know what its isolated micron is, and as far as how you grade that quality of those microns, that's when you can wash them together. But other than that, just wash everything separate. And when it comes to the blends, dude, like, oh man, I'll sit here and have my fucking, I feel like I'm a chef when it comes to it, dude. I'll fucking come up with concoctions.
No doubt.
And it's like, go ahead and try to figure out what it is, you know?
Well, you think about it, like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, mix it all up, press it, like.
Yeah, exactly.
We just did some fun mixtures at work too.
Back to the times and temperatures, I'll do 160 degrees. So I'll always do a directional flow so that I get my rosin off the plates as quick as possible. I do with 30-second preheat. I'll do up to 2.5 minute press. That, like I said, making sure that I get the rosin off the plates as soon as possible. But I never press over maybe 170 when we're talking hash. I'll never press over 170.
Yeah, I'm a 180 maximum, but I've been playing over the last year with anywhere from between 220 all the way down to 90 degrees, to be honest. And it's each variety, as we've been talking, is going to give you something different. But I found a nice range between the 170 and 190 to be kind of a sweet spot for
Pressing
most varieties
hash.
that I
You
run.
guys should really be specific when you're talking.
Yeah, sorry, that's for hash only.
Exactly.
Now with
Yeah,
flour,
I think we're all talking about hash right now.
Yeah, I just want to make that clear, everyone. We're talking
Yeah.
about hash right now only. Flour, I would press flour at like 210, 200
I press
and
at
up.
210.
I'll simplify the shit out of it. I would
62%
press my
humidity and-
flour in 190, 200, but I've completely given that up. I will not press flour anymore.
Yeah, me neither, dude.
Same for me. That's hash or
No
bust.
exceptions.
I like double refined
Hash or bust.
concentrate. But you know
I'm
what?
with
You know
everyone
what,
on
dude?
that.
There are some strains that make really good flour rosin, but for the most part, I feel like my theory on it is that it's probably less fats and lipids present in that strain. So when you press it, the clarity, the stability probably has a lot to do with the terpenes present and shit, but it's just like my observation.
I like a couple of things. I like a couple of things about flour rosin. What I like about flour rosin is it gives me the ability, because I don't smoke flour, when someone gives me flour, and lots of people give me flour, to be able to take that nug home, run it through the Helix Pro or the M1 or whatever, and get that little bit of rosin. And not only does it give me a nice experience like that, where the person who shares with me, I can actually take it and appreciate it, but it's also that I'm now learning as well. I'm seeing more different types of flours, different moisture contents, different rosins. It's not like I'm dedicating a lot of time to it, but I still find it to be a very nice learning experience. And That's basically what I love about flower.
Good point. No, super good point, dude. Like that to me, I think that is a very important test to have in the lab. Like when it comes to processing new material or something, you know, that's not consistent, or your grower's saying, hey, this run was a little off, I don't know what's up. You know, it's always best to have, you know, like when we're gonna wash hash, you know, we'll throw some buds in a jar with some ice, shake it up, see what falls off. Is it even worth washing? Yes or no? You know, and that's still not going to tell you if it's going to do good. It just tells you, should I give it a shot? You know, so when it comes to any kind of like new flower coming in, if you have an opportunity to press a nug and say, hey, this nug pressed out 30% return on it, dude, it's got an opportunity to do a killer job in the wash. So now you present it to the wash, it might not do well. So it might only be a hydrocarbon/flower rosin extract. So you have to either, you know, learn to refine that to the best of what it can be as a flower rosin, or choose that it can either, and you know, it could probably make great sift and you can refine it that way, press that into rosin. But if you're looking for a hash rosin, some strains just don't cut it.
Totally agree.
It's a great test.
I like just the fresh press. Like when I'm curing my weed and I just got it cut down, because of course I grow my own. I like going in there, start pressing day 4, grab a couple nugs, and then I'll take some, put it in the freezer. Then I'll do my wash and stuff. But I don't like pressing flower that's anything over a couple weeks old. I will never. But I like that fresh press. Those first couple weeks, you get that fire, you get those terps, you get that. You get something that you only, if you're growing it, you get that experience. But if you're
flower
not,
oxidizes really fast. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if you can, like you're saying, John, if you can get it at that optimum time, I've made some amazing flower rosin out of like GMO, and my garlic that I made is amazing like that. It's.
Dude, I ran flour that was in my freezer from when was my last crop, John? Like 2014 or something?
It was.
Oh, you keep muting yourself, like literally, like muting yourself.
Unmute myself. Sorry about that.
All good.
I was trying to hit the double button and double button out. Yeah, I was going to say,
just
yeah,
know
it had
that
to be
I had
about
Harmony
2015.
in my freezer for years, like 7 or 8 years. And then I took it out, and it was in a Ziploc bag, and it was just sitting on my desk here. And after like a couple of days, I opened it, and I kind of was like, ooh, this is like nice and like spongy. And it was all, I knew I grew it. It was like, it's going to be good. It was Harmony. It was from Reefer Man, and it was his own. At first, when I got it, he was kind of like, oh shit, like kind of a little upset. And then I was like, well, what, do you want it back or whatnot? He's like, no, it's okay. I didn't realize he gave me like his cut of his Harmony. It was really special. But that rosin was some of the loudest rosin I ever made. And I went to a couple events, like lift conferences, where I was like quite far away from people, and I would open it up, and on the parchment it looked like a baby's diaper. It was just this yellow snot on the inside. It was unbelievably, like, really quite incredible rosin. And people would be like way far away going, do you smell that? Like, it was incredible, and it broke all the rules that heat is gonna, heat, that ruins all the terpenes, and it's aged. It's how old? It was like in the freezer for how many years and then sat on your desk. All I know is it was some of the loudest I ever made. So don't get caught up in what you assume that sometimes will keep you from making a really nice revelation.
It's true. And that hash that when I came and visited you in BC, man, that was like, I don't even know how old that was, more than a decade. I was more lit than I've been lit in a long time. That was
special, hey?
That was really special. It was delicious too. It was unbelievable. So don't let it fake you. Well, I've got to get going, guys.
We've almost crushed 4 hours. We got about less than 20 minutes, 17 minutes. We got to come up with the last most valuable tips and tricks we can offer. No particular order, but whether it's for collecting parchment, whether it's for how you're bagging your hash, or moisture content in your flour, or temperatures, or all of the things we've spoken about. If you feel like you've missed on any of those things, some of the people that aren't talking as much, I'd love to hear from you guys. I know some of us are a little more aggressive with our voices, but if people that have not been talking much want to chime in a little bit more, I'd like to hammer out 17 more minutes and call it a press. We'll call it a press.
So how soon does everyone collect off their parchment from the press? How long do you let it set or settle before you actually pull it off?
Guess it depends on how much you're pressing.
Collect it right away.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends. Yeah, if it's a grip, it'll sit there until I'm done pressing all of it. So sometimes that's a couple hours or whatever, but
I guess
usually a couple hours.
Yeah, you got to watch the strains too, because some strains want to sit there and nucleate while you're sitting there working.
For to shatter.
Right.
I usually press in a cold room too, so stuff stays pretty stable.
Same.
So when I do leave it on
Bro, I
parchment, it just
press
sits
in
there
a
for a while.
40-degree room too, but I'm just saying some strains. It depends on how. I mean, it depends on.
Some are just
everyone's
gonna
little
do it
pet, right?
regardless. I think, you know.
They do
Some
what they
just do it
want.
regardless.
Each one has their own mind.
Mine
I
kind of
just
goes
don't. I hate when you go to collect it and it's already like almost converted over. You got like half crumble and half stable, and now you're collecting that. It's crumbling up and.
Yeah, it takes forever to collect.
So I'll
Yeah,
generally
it's a pain.
You just got to work it a little more, but you know, depending on what you're trying to do with it.
I'll generally collect as soon as possible, but like everybody says, I'm pressing, washing, and everything in a cold room. And from doing the classes and talking to the majority of the people that I've talked to, that I think is one of the biggest mistakes that people make, especially when it comes down to washing live resin. And that's a whole other topic of conversation. But when we're talking about washing like fresh, like off the plant, cut off the plant into the freezer, when we talk about washing stuff like that, which is what I consider fresh, live, if you don't do it in a cold room, you're asking for a nightmare. You're basically going to be scooping Elmer's glue off of your screens.
Yeah, you need a cold room. You need very cold water. The environment needs to be extremely cold if you're going to process fresh rosin from start to finish and you want to do it efficiently.
Yeah, true. I've mentioned it before, but there's these tables and there's these stones that you can get that are like chocolatier stones. That you can keep them at a certain temperature. Those are pretty good. I mean, especially if you're getting into the business aspect, if you don't want to be in a cold room necessarily. The entire room doesn't necessarily have to be that temperature. You might end up giving yourself colds and whatnot over time. But
That's actually a pretty good idea. That's a good idea.
Having a collection plate itself, and they have, like I say, the really nice chocolatier tables that you can set to the temperature. It does not change that temperature. It creates a thermocline where that temperature is like at least an inch or 2 inches off that table. And it's pretty cool, man. You see them take warm chocolate and pour it on liquid, and all of a sudden, depending on the temperature and the concentration of the chocolate, I think there's a lot to learn from the collection of rosin and the manipulation of rosin from the chocolatier and from the taffy pullers. You know, guys that have been doing that for a long time. If I was a rosin company, I would definitely I see that on a resume. I'm like, yeah, I would like to pick your brain. Because
I mean, you got to be careful with condensation though when it comes to tools like cooling units. Like if you're working in a cool ass room already, essentially your tables are going to be really cold. And sometimes you don't want really cold rooms because now you got to work a little slower because stuff wants to shatter. You know, when you have like that right temperature where the oil just wants to pick up.
Definitely a right temperature.
There's such a right
hold it up
temperature.
and just like, when you're pressing the right amount.
Definitely a right temperature.
Well, yeah, man.
The right amount too, you know, it's like it's easy to collect because you're pulling up sheets of rosin rather than like if you're pressing out like 5 grams at a time, you're gonna have a thin layer of rosin with the little drips, which the drips are super easy to collect. But now you get to that thin layer, and you got to kind of like I wipe everything, so I'll fold up a sheet of parchment, and I'll just actually like nowadays I just use my glove, so I'll have my nitrile glove. And I'll just collect with the nitrile glove, and I'm real good at just making sure I get every drop off. If you're quick with the glove, you're in a cold room, you know, it's pretty simple.
Silicone fingertips, like little blue guys, and they got little nubs on them, and they go over your glove, and then I roll it off. Like I'm kind of crazy. So I literally roll all the drops over it. They're kind of like flour, and then I end up mushing it together and putting it in a jar. I kind of play with it first.
Yeah, I will always agitate my rosin, mix, pull, whatever the heck you want to call it.
I don't taffy it, but I roll it together.
Yeah,
and then I put it in a jar.
We taffy when we mix different microns together.
And are we taffying for homogenization? Are we taffying for lighter color to come out? Are we taffying for all of the?
I'll taffy
homogenization for sure.
Taffy for homogenizing when I'm doing flavor blending. micron blending, for the most part, like that. If I'm gonna make jams and stuff, I don't like
Yeah,
to.
if you don't need to, there's no reason to. Yeah.
And
there's
to
no
me,
reason
it goes back to the very first conversation we had: is curing the rosin. It introduces air into the rosin, which is an oxidation, which induces curing.
Yeah, you're also stretching it, and
Yeah,
the terpenes
100%.
are coming out. Yeah.
Yeah, it
Right.
will speed up the curing
That's why I
process.
don't like to stretch
Mhm.
it out when I'm gonna make jams. Because you think about it, if you're gonna make jams, if you're gonna stretch it up, that was a really good point. You're gonna start introducing a lot of little bubbles full of oxygen, which is gonna speed up oxidation. So when you apply heat to it, that's gonna rapidly speed up oxidation. So I feel like when you have a nice fresh press straight to a jar, and then you're trying to do the jam tech with that, you're gonna achieve like a slightly lighter color compared to something that was introduced and locked in a little more oxygen.
That's a cool point.
Jar.
Yeah, absolutely true.
That's a cool point. I generally don't go any further than rosin. I don't make the THCA. I don't make diamonds. I don't do any of that. I don't do sauce. I don't introduce it to heat. I'm cold cure only. Just the way
Yeah,
I've
we
always
just
done.
cure our rosin over 7 to 10 days in a cold room in a dark box. So
I usually like to shoot for 30 days before I smoke it, but fucking
So
how
wait,
often can that
you
happen?
guys
you know?
aren't climbing up the mountain in Himachal Pradesh and burying it at 3,000 meters?
Gotta have it burnt. Put a little straw.
I just can't wait until we start really, really finding out if we are curing. Let's walk down the road of if we are curing. You know, we can start talking about like aged cheddar, for Christ's sakes. We can start talking about 6 year or 6 month, 12 month,
Like
1 year,
Balderson's.
2 year, 5 year, 10-year aged hash or rosin.
Uh-huh.
Man, it could be a whole new ball of worms in a couple of years.
I really do like rosin once it's cured and developed more, you know, like kind of like wine. When you let it sit and age more, it does develop more flavors. And that definitely happens with rosin. There's been times that I've had rosin develop over the month or two, and it just changes completely from when it started out, you know. It might be expressing one
over
phenol real
11
heavy.
years old,
Holy balls, look at that.
and it's glass.
And don't
Yeah, it
get
looks
me
really
wrong.
stable.
I like to grab it, you know, a lot of times when I'm in the hash room and I'll have my dab rig sitting right there. I have my tool, my torch and everything. I'll heat the son of a bitch up and I'll take a fresh dab. I'm not knocking it, you know, but I prefer the 1 month cold cure or longer if I can.
Yeah, I like to do like, you know, 7 to 2 weeks, 7 days to 2 weeks. I mean,
Yeah, if I'm doing a cold cure, that's when I really like to do the taffy pull. I like to get everything completely homogenized, same color. I feel like it kind of speeds up, like, you know, if you're going to do that, throw it in a jar and into like, you know, let's just say 40 degrees and let it sit there for a couple weeks, you know, it's going to completely, go through the whole nucleation process and become like a nice crumble inside. So when you start going to your whip, you know, you start giving it like a heavy whip, then you start to get like, a nice wet batter, you know.
absolutely. And I don't like to leave a lot of room in the jar between the rosin and the lid. I like to get it as full as possible, but you got to keep in mind though, certain strains will separate real hard, and you'll have a terpene layer. So it is best to to put some parchment under the lid if you really need to, if you're going to fill it that full. But I like to get them as full as possible.
You're giving it very little head of oxygen, you know, and just like anything, like when you're trying to preserve something, you know, you can't do all this work to preserve it, and then at the end, you know, you're skipping these little
at the end you
parts.
ruin it.
The bad part is I think I must need like a telescoping, like a little jar that smushes, because every time I take a fucking hit, it gets more head of air in it. So I must be doing something wrong.
Hey, if you think about it, dude, these baller jars that you see everywhere, and like, you know, I'm guilty of it too, dude. But these baller jars, it's like putting out a 2 liter of Coke that's like a quarter of the way full.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Like,
This will literally be gone in 3 weeks.
Yeah, we fill
Right.
the jars
Gram
nowadays.
of what we want, so that way we're not going in and out of the fridge all the time. You have one that you're constantly dabbing out of, that you have your 1 to 4 grams, depending on what you want, or your different flavors. So you have them all sitting around, but that way you're not actually touching your stuff that's sitting.
Yeah, that's what I like to do too. I use the little 7 or 9 millimeter jars and fill them up as much as I can.
Exactly.
Just to smoke on, yeah.
Yeah.
I do too usually, but these quarantine days have brought out a different
Oh yeah.
different size jar.
Yeah. Very true.
Are Or is anyone going directly to jar? I was doing that for a little while, and then it became a pain in the butt.
Yeah,
It's just kind of a hassle.
Stop doing it.
I'll do it all.
I used to. I was like, can't get most of this out of here.
I like to really decide what I'm gonna do with it. Like I'll just work everything. I'll get everything pressed out, and then I like to have like my formulation session where it's like everything's kind of like an assembly line. You know, I'll go through this process, that process. I want to get it all done, pressed out, knock that work out, and then figure out what I'm gonna do with it. Like, do I want to jar it up fresh press? Do I want to do this to it? Like, what do I want to do? Do I want to manipulate this shit? And like, you know, how far do I want to take the process? So
I know how
like
far you want to take the process. Right into your dab rig, and that's what I want everyone to answer with the last questions, because I suspect 90+% of us are dabbing this shit. What's your temp? What are you dabbing off of, and what's your temperature?
Ooh,
I
great
like to go
question.
at 560 when I'm using rosin, and around 500 for my full melt. And this is the device I use to
I got the same temp tech.
to meter everything.
Yeah, temp tech all
I
day,
like
every day.
630.
Yeah, temp tech.
6:30.
I like
You guys
them a
are
little
crazy.
warmer.
Shout out
I
to
like it
Temp.
cold.
It depends if it's melt.
I
If
do
it's melt and
500.
stuff.
I'm in the
Melt.
fours.
I like
I
5
don't
to
know, dude. I
560.
just got this freaking the Terp Slurp from Toro. Holy shit, dude! The way that thing hit, yeah, dude.
We use the mini nail.
Like, there's no
Hybrid.
other way to
Nice.
smoke for me
Hybrid.
now. Like, I don't even want to fucking hit anything else.
Same, my guy. Once I got
Wow.
one of these, it
Yeah,
changed
the blue
changed
one.
everything.
Shit.
Dude,
Mine's
if you guys
purple.
don't have one, I suggest getting in line to get one or whatever. Get the little proffer inside, and the way it just fucking winds it throws the dab into your fucking lungs like a hard ball, dude. Like,
In one
what
rip
the
too. Yeah, it's like
hell?
one and done. Even at low
And just
temps.
straight terps.
Inspirational.
If you really think
Well,
of
those
the way
hotter
it
dabs too
functions,
get you
dude, it
fucking
is the
lit.
most fucking evened out hit. Like, it spreads the oil perfectly evenly across the glass, and the way it falls across it and just right into the lungs. Unbelievable.
It's my favorite nail too, for sure, bro. It gets the job done better than any other nail I've ever used.
Nice.
By far.
I usually dab about, the e-nail over here set at 5 1/4, but for some reason I've turned the torch so much more. I really want one of those temp tech things, and I'm actually online to get one. But I'm usually in the real low 500s when I dab.
I do
Yeah.
410, 444.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm about. I'm about mid fours.
480 to 530. That's me.
I'm dabbing off of the Pelly nail lately, and he sent me the great quartz. I can't remember the name of it. Eros or something.
Eros 4.0.
Yeah.
4.0, yeah, and it's at 450. I'm dabbing at 450. Bubble hash or rosin is giving me great rips. It's surprising because all the other nails I have, the mini nail and the dabinator, and they're not the same temperature. Like,
Yeah, the nail versus your e-nail temp can be completely different. I mean,
Did you try your
Oh
hybrid?
yeah, dude, for sure.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah, I
think
don't-
about when you go in and hit that nail too. Like, I dive in at 630. That's when I go to dip the nail in. So, and that temp's dropping so fast, dude. By the time I hit it, it's probably like 580, some shit like that. So
That's why the e-nail, we like that since
The
you can
e-nail
actually
doesn't
watch.
drop the same way, but the torch definitely drops that way. And the temp tech teaches you that in the first hour that you own it in a way that you can't even believe. It changes the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll tell you what, though, I'll be the
Dude,
devil's
Brian's
advocate.
the one that
Bro,
Brian's
it
holding
used
up
to be
looks
red
awesome.
hot dabs all day. You know?
Yep, I'll be the devil's advocate. I like my big globs, and there's once in a while when I want that son of a bitch to punch me, and I'll go in hot. Not necessarily
yeah,
like
we all
scorching
Exactly.
hot,
hot and hurdy.
but I'll
Hot
go in
heavy.
hot because it hits you just a little different.
I agree. I like going hot every now and then too.
Hey, Johnny,
Yeah, we all need some of that sometimes.
Johnny B and
Hey,
Pedro
Brian.
are right next to each other. If you go to your left and Pedro goes to his right, you guys will legitimately give each other a high five. Exactly. There, you're doing it. You're doing it. Dude,
High
hot
five, hot
dabs.
dabs.
Hot dabs, high five.
I
Right
mean,
here.
my bangers are always chazed. Everybody knows that. I always go in hot and heavy, but I like that hot dab. You know, they're like, you guys are like 4.
It takes you a couple
it's
minutes.
680, 710.
You gotta sit
I
back
mean,
and-
I'm up here in the hot and heavy. I'm like, but yeah.
Sit back and hold on to life for a couple seconds afterwards. But
Oh
it's
yeah, I like the dizziness. It gets you going. It's like, woo.
Brian's holding up a nice one from Best Friend Farms. What do you got there, man? I want to see that.
Best friend banger.
You hit me up on IG with that banger. Tell me about it.
So I got a couple of things for you guys. This was actually the creative design with Mr. Gray, my brother man, Mr. Gray, and the grass slab quart it's a round bottom, like a test tube banger. So homie Pedro's got one there too. Really nice. So this one Grass Labs did with Mr. Gray helped me, just kind of simple design. He prefers this, and I kind of listened to his advice, and I hit this really cold. I like to hit my raw bubble, the 6-star gas mask. I just pile it in, just go really, really cold and slow.
Do you know the wall thickness of that?
Jeez, I'm not sure.
It looks like a 3 or a 4, probably a 4.
It looks fatty.
Yeah, it's really nice. That's what I used to. This I just got this Eternal Quartz, real deep bucket. I mean, man, when you talk about when you want to talk about taking a big.
Is that a 10 milli or a 14?
It's a 10 mil down here.
I was gonna say,
but it's a 30 mil up here, and it's really deep. I mean, yeah, you want to talk about dropping a freaking half gram.
You get a little of resin like condensating in the like coming back into oil.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but what I usually do with this is another trick that I do when we want to talk about dabbing. I usually use drop downs like they're actually on the rig generally. But if I don't have them on the rig,
use a drop down. It's plugged fucking solid.
what I'll do?
Extra filter right there.
No. I'm not smoking. Everybody gets
the Chaz.
I'm not smoking through this. What I'm doing now is when I hit my headies, I'll hit them without the drop downs because I actually don't have a 10 milli drop down. And I usually do the globs, and I don't smoke it till it's freaking gone. I always have a big puddle in my banger. So you guys will probably see me do it the whole show. I'll bust this out. I'll pour my dab, the leftover, into this, and then I will warm this up, pour it into capsules. Sometimes I'll mix it with the coconut oil as well.
Nice.
And then I eat that as well. So man, you want to talk about trying to just get everything out of the plant. We're really, besides boiling the freaking roots, we're down to everything,
Killer. Absolutely. Hey, listen, we've just done 4 hours. I'm going to give everyone a chance to share their Instagram account or where people can find you. There is still 14 of us, so probably I should just tell people. Spencer, why don't you start it off? Let people know where they can find you.
Find it at Instagram, access.rosin, Facebook at The Rosin Machine, or www.accessrosin.com.
Thank you so much. Roxy Gray, where are you guys out in the ethers?
We are Roxy Gray, and it's ROXIGRAY on Instagram.
Perfect.
And on the web. Yep. Everything is just Roxy Gray.
Beautiful. Well, they'll find you on Google if not. And Cliff Haney.
Yeah, man, you can find us at Go Peer Pressure on IG. We've got a really cool YouTube channel as well. We're on Facebook. But yeah, a lot of content on YouTube, so I go check us out there.
You got your own Instagram you want to share?
Yeah, man, I'm at HANEYINC. It's my last name, Inc.
Perfect. Awesome, dude. Best Friend Farms.
We're up on Instagram at Best Friend Farms, friend singular, farms plural, and Weed Maps thing, and bestfriendfarms.com. Also, thank you so much for having me.
Johnny fucking B, up to the mic, please.
Well, you guys kind of what's not 420 Weed Master on Instagram, and just John Burfello on YouTube, and yeah, grow your own, guys. Press in peace.
Thanks, buddy. Pedro's
Grow Room everywhere: YouTube, Twitch, Instagram. That's with an S and no apostrophe. Pedro's Grow Room, and pedrosgrowroom.com for all the other stuff, merchandise, and discounts, which are kind of cool.
Word. Thank you, dude. Heavy Ice.
I am Heavy Ice RX on Instagram, and I'm just Heavy Ice on YouTube, where I have a few videos. I can't always find it if searching just for Heavy Ice, but if you add the word hash, you'll find me.
So. Awesome, dude. Thanks for coming in. Goldilocks.
Thank you.
You frozen up there or what?
We're at Goldilocks. No, my bad. I was checking to make sure I'm not muted. Goldilocks 710. You can find us on Instagram. My frozen?
Nope, you're good.
Oh, yeah, Goldilocks 710.
All right. Thanks.
So, yep. Thanks for having me, guys. Good
Colin, where can we find you, Colin?
What's up, guys? Vessel Life Science on Instagram. Also, the solventless I'm really the product development for Happy Valley in Massachusetts. So if you guys want to follow Happy Valley, you could follow them as well. But Vessel Life Science is my handle. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. Bobby.
Hey guys, you can find me on Instagram at dammitbobby, DAMMIT 2 _ BOBBY, finished with 1 _. And our products are sold through Burnside Garden Collective here in Portland on Instagram. They're Burnside Garden Collective and Archive Portland.
Shout out.
Thanks for having me.
Shout out to Archive.
Yeah, hope everyone's doing well too, man. See you all later.
Yeah, for sure. Great Lakes Sustainable Harvest. Where can we find you?
I'm Great Lakes Grease on Instagram, and I have a new website called GreatLakesSustainableHarvest.com. And thank you for having me. Thanks for the invite.
Oh, dude, absolutely. Soil Grown. I think they know, but tell them anyway.
Just went off frame.
Oh, let me unmute you. Boom. You got to unmute yourself. Sorry, I can't control it.
My bad. Yep. Soil Grown Solventless Instagram. Find me at Phil Soil Grown Sal on Facebook. Yeah, and thanks for having me, guys. It was awesome being on here with you guys. Thanks, man.
Hell yeah, dude. Nick Rackams, where can they find you?
Instagram Rackams, RAKKEMS, Rackams Rosin on YouTube. Thanks for having me.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm trying to think of people who were here earlier that now have bounced. I know Jen Doe was here, but oh yeah, Dogman Troop has since bounced. The Simpsons, I think that both the Simpsons have bounced. I'll have to thank all of them for coming. I'll try to get, if you look at the Instagram post, I'll try to get all those Instagram names in the comment section of this video. Thank you to the 600 plus people that watched live today. I think it was a great episode. I think it is definitely an easily continued conversation, maybe for an episode of Hash Talk one Friday, or maybe another Hash Church down the line. But thank you all for sharing your time and your knowledge, your information, and your passions with everyone on Hash Church. I know they enjoy it. It was great. A little bit of drama in the chat room today, but I'm sure it'll all fade away by next week. We'll see. Thanks, everybody. May the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. May the rosin.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thanks,
peace, everybody.
Good to see
Thanks
you.
again, Marcus.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Nice to see everybody.
Woo! Puff tough. My favorite part was when we all held up our rosin. Just saying.